show us? There we are. Okay. I don't want to actually see us move, though. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
I should probably turn that down, huh?
Probably.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Or I'm going to lose
Hey, Jay.
my shit. Lose my shit. What
How's
up, Jay?
it going?
Is everybody in for a fun time?
We hope so.
Alright, so the way this works, baby, is you can tear the page out.
Okay.
And then fold
Hey,
it in,
Jewel.
and then fold it in half. Like this.
Okay. We're doing some sort of weird origami over here.
Not at all, not at all. And basically, so the first question, you want to write it big because we want to hold it up to the camera for them to see the answers.
Okay.
So if somebody's like, hey, what's your favorite this? You're going to want to put up at the top, me, which is what your favorite is. And then you're going to write it. And then you're going to flip it over. And then you're going to be like, Nick, you write my favorite. And I'm going to do the same.
Okay. Sounds like a damn waste of paper, but okay.
It is waste paper.
All right. Cool.
It's
All
fine,
right.
though.
As long as, you know.
Who needs trees?
You know what? Suck 'em.
And then, as a point to not waste paper, for the next question, you just flip that sumbitch inside out.
All right. So we get... Okay. All
Two
right,
questions
all
per
right.
paper, basically.
Okay. Got it. All right.
We'll go through a lot of paper.
Okay. All right.
And thank you, Amy. Lee. Hell.
Right. You know, whenever you and I cross paths from Croatia to Indiana, we'll see. All right.
Alright, so. Fuck. We need a question, y'all. Also, welcome, Duel. And Hell. And Jay. The three amigos.
Right.
There's a female in there, I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. All right.
We should probably tweet it out, too. I guess that could be a thing. Let me tweet it out.
Hey, Nova, thank you.
Copy.
You don't know the story, Hell? Seriously? Okay. So, I guess around October of 2019, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I had gone, it started down a YouTube rabbit hole.
Hi, Freeman!
That included Upchurch and some other people, and there was a guy in the chat that was always trying to get me to join this Discord server. Apparently, he was out there doing the same for Nick. Jay knows him, so on and so forth. So I joined the server, and I think the next day, at most 2 days later, Nick joined the server, and he kind of sat lurking for, I don't know, a couple hours. Most of the conversation that took place with other people, and eventually it was like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Everyone's mad here.
It's weird. Not hearing it through the headphones. It's weird.
It's very weird. Thank you so much for the dono,
Thank you,
Jay.
But yeah, so it was just the two of us, and we started talking. I think I tried to get him to talk about horror movies at first, because he had been super quiet, and I knew from Depraved Slasher that he was a slasher fan, and we talked about that and serial killers, and I mean, kind of went from there. But it was a couple months, and we played like online Cards Against Humanity with a couple people from the bar. Jay was one of them. It was all group chats. We did do like Zoom chats with the group, and it just basically happened that I needed to get a divorce and he needed to get split up, and it all happened on the same night.
That was fun.
Randomly enough, yeah. It was a fucked up night for both of us. And after that, we were like, hey, by the way, I kind of like you. So today,
Just kind of.
yeah, just kind of a year ago, we met in Texas because it was the closest airport to the New Mexico place I was at the time.
Haha.
And
Right on,
spent
Jeff.
a little over a week together. And didn't bug each other once, had a blast, and
We knew it was the right thing when we went to Walmart together and was not irritated about being shopping.
neither of us like shopping at all. And we made it through. And exactly. Horror version of serendipity. Exactly. I actually ended up sending him my thesis paper on Elizabeth Bathroy, which was a forensic profiling of
What
her
up, Dreamy?
character. So, hey Dreamy, hey Freeman, hey Jeff. Oh, for the 7th time, it's an awesome track. So,
Have you answered the question yet? Jay did dono for a question.
oh yeah.
You got to write down. I won't look at your thing.
So
I
wait,
won't look at your thing.
you want me to write me?
So you're gonna write what you're gonna say, and you're gonna write what you think I'm gonna say. They can be the same thing. They cannot be the same
It's
thing.
gotta be huge, huh? This is bull.
Big enough that if we hold it up to the camera, they can read it. So we're doing the Newly-Weds game, Dreamy. This is a chance.
Or at least our version of it. Okay, so the question was who's more OCD?
All right, so we're gonna answer
I mean-
your side first. What would you say for yourself?
Oh, okay.
And I did put my 10 down.
Okay. All right. I don't know if they can see it. I said you.
You said me.
Yeah.
We're wrong. I said you. Now I said you would say you,
Okay, I said you would say you too.
but me, I actually said we're both equally OCD.
I would probably agree with that.
And I say
He's
that-
actually right.
I would say that because, and honestly, we're both very similarly OCD in the way that we do things.
Right. We're slightly OCD about different things, but yeah.
Like her books are all alphabetized by author. All my movies are just
Well, no,
alphabetized
Their genre,
genre
and then author,
and then author.
and then in chronological order.
And then mine,
His-
my
yeah.
movies are genre, and then just movie title because,
Well, and then alphabetical order, yeah.
and then alphabetical order.
Yeah.
My games are also alphabetically organized. And the reason why I thought about putting you though, is you all are very much like, don't leave your shirts on the floor, don't leave your clothes there.
Yeah, okay.
And then I look at you, I'm like, no, I'm gonna leave them there.
Yes. That's why I said we're a little OCD about different things. Because there's some stuff that you can't leave in one place. You have an ashtray over there.
I
you
do.
know.
Yours was open.
Okay.
Mine's not.
But on the other hand, because we don't have a whole house
Also
to
true.
ourselves right now, and organization.
Well, technically, right now we do.
Well, I meant in terms of like where our stuff is.
I can't wait for you guys to hear this. By the way, whenever Iz gets everything mixed.
Right. So, yeah, like, I do pick up a lot. I don't like trash around.
Now, trash, I agree with. I try to remember to pick up mine
Yeah,
as I go
that's
along.
the same thing. Like trash, I don't like plates, any dirty dishes around.
Lots of
I
Team Penis.
prefer things to be put in place and left there. Like I feel like I should not have to clean much other than like trash every single day. That's bullshit.
Who is better at breaking down bars?
No, hell, no. That's
Not at all.
it's always
Not at all.
optional here.
Oh, I forgot. I got to put this inside out.
Um,
The next question is, who is better at breaking down bars? I'm going to do some weird shit on this one.
I feel like this one requires weird shit. Can we just go on, like, the honor system here? So how is everyone tonight?
All right. Mine, I can't really do one on both sides. Well, hold on. Yeah, I can.
He's writing a novel. Not this time. Hey, Jacob. I saw that on Twitter. Now, I saw that it's his 1-year birthday from his first upload. And I saw that Meme Girl said that it's their anniversary. But I swear to God, we were already together when they met.
That's what I thought. I thought we were together for months.
Yeah.
'Cause
I thought I was already here.
I remember sending him memes.
You're welcome, Scheme.
Specifically for Meme Girl.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
That was what she was going
by. I thought I was already here.
I was so confused by
that. And welcome. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, we do know.
Scheme.
We do know.
All right, so I'll answer what I said.
Okay.
I said...
He's the one with the poetry.
It depends. When it comes to pop culture references, me. But when it comes to scientific or religious bars, her.
Okay.
What do you think I was going to say?
I broke this down real easy. Depends on genre.
Oh, you went the easy route. Which is funny because for you, I actually put depends on what's being broke down.
Nate, depends on genre.
Oh. Yeah.
You don't see a thing that's written? Yeah, that's why I said,
happen.
maybe we can go a bit on honor system here. I can see what he wrote, he can see what I wrote. But, unless
we need markers.
I was going to say, unless I pull out the Sharpies. So shut your mouth. I was getting there.
Pineapple pizza doesn't... Oh, yeah, we'll never agree on that.
Yeah. Are we buffering for you guys too, or is it just my phone? Although, I will say that in terms of taste buds, we normally do agree.
Hold on, before Jay goes crazy, did somebody else ask a question?
One thing we will never, ever agree on.
One thing we will never, ever agree on? Pineapple pizza doesn't count. Okay. So and that's the same thing that Jay basically said. What is the one thing you both agree to disagree about? I wonder how bad...
Duel doesn't have buffering. We have buffering.
It says we're looking really good on all the systems.
I've had some.
I know.
Circle of Death, yeah.
Did
we get a No, they just got their own area code.
Okay.
Agreed.
I know what I'm going to say. The one thing we do not agree on... We agree pretty much on almost everything, especially politically, ideally.
Thank you, Freeman.
And things of that nature. So even our disagreements are usually playful. So...
Oh, man. Hell, congratulations. I'm stumped. Agree to disagree on.
This isn't really a...
Most everyone's mad here.
Why? Anything we disagree on.
Dig deep. This ain't easy. And it's not easy.
Because I thought I had something, but that's not really a
Maybe
disagreement.
Ash before you.
That's more of an understanding.
Can we come back to that one? Because honestly, like, that is gonna have to be, like, super... Hey, music. Thank you. It's not our YouTube birthday. It is our actual anniversary.
Mine's joking, actually.
Okay, if it's joking, like...
What did Freeman ask? It's my favorite World War II base. That's an easy one. For me.
For you?
Yeah. We'll get to that question in a moment.
Oh, we're not skipping it.
Are you ready?
Kind of.
All right.
I have one answer.
What do you think? Both of mine go hand in hand. You ready?
Yeah.
Mine is, I'm like, we need money, so I have to work. And you're like, no, stay home anyways.
That's true. That is true. I do say that. Okay. And mine is how often I get to wash your jeans.
Once every 2 to 3 weeks?
No. I mean, like...
I mean, I prefer a couple months.
Exactly. Every single time. I'm like, babe, I need to wash your jeans. You're like, no, I'm not taking them off. I'm like, yes, you need to take... You have other pairs of jeans.
If my jeans are not able to walk themselves to the washer, they're not ready to be washed yet.
That's the problem. They normally are.
They are not.
They have streaks down the thighs because you like to just wipe your hands.
Those are stretch marks.
Tiger stripes?
Yes.
No.
My jeans have stretch marks.
It is impossible to get this guy out of his pants. You would think that would not be a problem.
It is not impossible to get me out of my pants. It's actually very easy to get me out of my pants.
Just not your jeans. Just not your jeans.
It is not possible for me to agree on washing jeans.
We put those somewhere else.
Usually the throw towel in a drawer.
Yeah. I mean, stand by. Now, keep in mind, people, we have the full upstairs. The bathroom, both of them, are downstairs.
Yep.
One needs cum rags. There you go.
All right, what was
my favorite
World War II movie? I know what mine is.
Okay. Damn it. I actually have a lot.
Mine's cheating.
I'm gonna...
World War II. I don't know enough World War II movies.
There's a lot. Hey, Ralph.
I'm gonna get this.
Yeah, it's snowing again.
I'm gonna get this wrong. What up, Ralph? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna be way off because again, I don't know enough.
Night Scheme, thanks for stopping by.
Night Scheme, love you, bro. Okay, it has my answers. They've been locked in. The pin is down. Just so you know, I'm gonna cheat with my answer for me.
I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, see, I definitely wouldn't know if you don't even know the name of it.
For yours.
Oh.
Okay.
Are you ready? Amy Lee, you're actually very close. All right.
Kind of cheated.
So, I'm going to say your favorite war movie is Saving Private Ryan because that's literally one of 3 World War II movies I know of.
Okay. You're wrong.
I know. What is your favorite World War II movie?
Hi, Bio. It's The Hiding Place.
Never even heard of it.
Okay, so The Hiding Place is the story of Corrie ten Boom, which is who I was named after.
Oh. What do you think mine is?
It's the Captain America one.
And she wins.
Is that
it's
what
just the first Captain America?
It's called Okay, I was like, I I don't know the name of the movie, God damn it.
It's just the first Avenger, Captain America: The First Avenger.
Okay, all right.
Is the name of the first.
I got Captain America right.
Good job, baby.
Yeah, he would go Marvel the whole way, hell.
He said, "Yeah, I figured you'd do that one."
Um,
And what's funny, to be 100% honest, I 100% hated Captain America as a superhero just as much as I hated Superman. But for somehow, some way, Marvel managed to make him into a character that I was like,
yeah.
I really like him.
I mean, he's still definitely like a little Boy Scout.
He's a Boy Scout, but at the same time, he has this attitude that he's not gonna go back on his morals.
No, I get
someone
what
else,
you're
which I
saying.
think
Like
is-
he's still like a little too goody two shoes to be one of my favorites,
Right.
for sure.
Right.
But I have liked the movies with him, which I don't like Superman at
No.
all. Period. So
No, Superman can eat a dick.
I wish he would.
In
Or
the
I'd
words of
loosen him up.
Dwayne, you suck my dick.
Right. Although he said he's trying to be. I can't do 3D. Or 3. Yeah?
Have you tried a newer 3D movie? Since they've upgraded the glasses and they're no longer the red and blue weird shit?
You mean since they're like the plastic, like. I don't know.
I would like to try one with you to see if you can make it through.
Okay.
Not that I like to watch a lot of movies in 3D,
Right.
but every now and again, those are like the only tickets me and Joe can get into.
Right. I just. Yeah.
We went and seen.
I have severe motion sickness, guys.
We saw the first Spider-Man movie in 3D. No, it wasn't the first one. It was the second one. It was Far From Home.
The
And-
last 3D movie that I made it through without being motion sick was at Disneyland, and it was the Michael Jackson.
Did he come and take somebody's kids? I'm sorry. That was a Family Guy reference.
Yeah. But they had a whole Michael Jackson thing, the spaceship thing. It was kind of cool.
Oh. All right. Next question.
I forget what it was called. J. Oh, not sure I get that, Jay. So he meant like our favorite.
Huh?
I'm not sure. Oh no. I don't know, Dreamy. You worry me.
Get his favorite pants. That's I don't know. What's the answer? I'm ready for a laugh. I'm still confused though, Jay.
Like, who is our favorite character that's like in a live action movie?
Little boy section there always have off. That's fucked up. That's great though. Does you want an alcoholic drink? We had 2s of every flavor and 3 of just the regular.
No, I'm still working on coffee things.
Just regular, I guess. Is what that would be.
Hi, Hayden.
Hi, Hayden. That's my boss, y'all. How's it going?
No, he is not. Uh-oh, we've got dissension at the workplace. Nice. Top sexual fantasy.
Oh, I know what mine is. We've had this conversation.
Have we? I'm getting really fucking old.
Mine will never be able to do, but
That worries me.
it does not involve other people. I can promise you that.
No, that's the... Freeman, I have spoken clearly and succinctly on this matter. Pineapple absolutely belongs on pizza.
And I have been very clear in also stating pineapple does not belong on pizza. That is our biggest disagreement, probably.
Who cried?
Well, hold on. We got to answer the first question.
Top sexual fantasy. Do I have?
I don't know what yours would be. Mine is both serious and sad for you.
That's also concerning.
6ix9ine is making a comeback, and that'll get dropped off as well if the world goes in the direction it's supposed to.
Thank you, Ashish. I'm getting a cult following here.
No. Pineapple.
Cult
does not.
Cult leader.
Does not go.
Yes, it fucking does. Okay, I'm gonna answer you very seriously, Hell, and I'm not sure this is kind of the joking you were thinking.
In the saddle.
Yo. Shout out to Jacob Winters. Thank you for the $10 dono. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much.
Very much.
I know I got this wrong for you.
You never know.
And I'm sure you'll get mine wrong for me.
Definitely just the tip there.
Because I think this is something we talked about even before you came here. And just passing, even before
I came here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mine is going to actually have some people go, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, it's a sexual fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jay, being a cook, you should know better. I'm disappointed in you. Damn it. I have no fucking idea for you. None.
It does not involve the auto blow AI.
No, that's Scheme. And Hell is willing to do all of the reviews for him, apparently.
Me and Scheme double teaming the auto blow AI
is not on the list.
is a joking
God damn it.
fantasy.
After I'm buzzed, maybe? Well, I mean, it's not so much that, like... Maybe... Okay.
Mine is extremely fucked up and for fucked up reasons.
Okay. I'm just saying that, like... Okay. So when Nick said that his answer for me was kind of almost sad, I think my answer for me is almost kind of sad. Because I have plenty of sexual fantasies, don't get me wrong, but, like, there are limitations. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we're on the same page here. I'm just going to answer. So my answer was to be able to do any of the sexual fantasies that I have, but without the pain. Because right now I can't do half of just regular sex because it causes me pain.
Can you read it?
I can't tell. Hey, gaming.
Let's find out.
We're a little behind here.
Dear God, dude. We're like 30 seconds behind.
At least. I mean, like, if they, like, zoom in.
What does it say?
Being able to do things without pain. So, yeah, he... He got it right. Yeah. And I don't, what is your fucked up?
Getting it on in a Catholic Church confessional.
Oh, we did talk about that. That is true.
I find something extremely fucked up yet erotic about making you say, "Oh God, oh God, oh God,"
Yeah, confessional.
while the Catholic priest is sitting there.
Do you know where there's a Catholic church with a confessional?
No. That's a good way to also go to jail. That's why I said it'll never happen.
Exactly. I believe that is where our conversation went, was like, what could we do without going to jail? That would be beneficial.
All right. What was the next question? Oh, who cried first when y'all met in real life for the first time?
Now, do you mean like cried just in general? Or like teared up because we were finally meeting? Or how are you taking that question? I licked him first. You know, no takebacks. Hell, you have my back. You have my back.
Thank you, Celso.
Hey, Salso, thank you. Okay, emotions taking over from finally meeting.
I will not see what she writes.
All right.
All right. I honestly think we have the same thing written down.
Possibly. I think it was you.
I said both at the same time when I had to come home.
That is true. That is true.
That was a very, very hard thing to have to do after being
That
there
was
for a week.
actually the realization point that both of us, like, realized that one of us was going to have to make the move. And since I was basically homeless after the divorce and you have kids out here, that it was going to be me. And
I was like, it didn't take much longer after that for her to come. She was like,
a month?
be there in about a month.
It was like a month. we had plans too. I mean, like, our plans were to wait until... Well, I was going to come visit.
You were going to come visit for about a month. And
right.
then you were going to go back and drive your car back. Was the original plan.
Well, because my mom had the trip to Ireland for 3 weeks, and I was already supposed to pet sit for her. And so I was going to fly back, stay at her home for the 3 weeks, and then drive back.
But yeah, she was going to drive back. And then...
That just did not work out. I just stayed because of quarantine.
Well, yeah, you got out here, COVID...
my mom couldn't
canceled
go.
everything, and then she's been here ever since.
There was no reason to go back. My mom didn't want me at her house after flying because of COVID, and she has cancer. And then, yeah, so...
This was an easy one for me. I might be right. I might be wrong. I think I know what your favorite cuss word is, though.
Yours.
You trying to guess mine?
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, my favorite cuss word is fuck.
Fuck.
And I said your favorite cuss word is cunt.
Close. It's cunt cake.
Oh, I got a half right.
Very, very close, yeah. Yeah. I really like mixing them, like twatsicle, cunt cake, because it makes people laugh, and at the same time, I'm able to use the language that I think is appropriate.
I like the word fuck because it can be used in any way, shape, and form.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Yeah.
Verb. As a matter of fact, there is a fun Monty
Because
Python.
everyone's mad here.
And actually, before we answer the next question,
Ha! I have a whole list, Hell. I will send it to you later. So,
hold on.
the story with the list is that one of my friends makes those really spectacular cookies with the royal icing, and they're super creative. And she got asked by the ladies of a retirement home to make cookies that had funny curse words on them. And so she contacted me, and I gave her a whole list. So, yeah.
All right, I'm going to play for you guys the thing that made fuck my favorite word.
Because it wasn't already?
Because it's only 2.5 minutes long.
All right.
So I'm going to mute the mic, and then I'm going to push this, and then we'll unmute it after it's over.
Okay.
Perhaps one of the most interesting words in the English language today is the word fuck. Out of all of the English words that begin with the letter F, fuck is the only word that is referred to as the F word. It's the one magical word. Just by its sound can describe pain, pleasure, hate, and love. Fuck, as most words in the English language, is derived from German, the word flicken, which means to strike. In English, fuck falls into many grammatical categories. As a transitive verb, for instance, John fucked Shirley. As an intransitive verb, Shirley fucks. Its meaning's not always sexual. It can be used as an adjective, such as, John's doing all the fucking work. As part of an adverb, Shirley talks too fucking much. As an adverb enhancing an adjective, Shirley is fucking beautiful. As a noun, I don't give a fuck. As part of a word, abso-fucking-lutely, or in-fucking-credible. And, as almost every word in a sentence, fuck the fucking fuckers. As you must realize, there aren't too many words with the versatility of fuck, as in these examples describing situations such as fraud, I got fucked at the used car lot. Dismay, oh fuck it. Trouble, I guess I'm really fucked now. Aggression, don't fuck with me, buddy. Difficulty, I don't understand this fucking question. Inquiry, who the fuck was that? Dissatisfaction, I don't like what the fuck is going on here. Incompetence, he's a fuck off. Dismissal, why don't you go outside and play hide and go fuck yourself? I'm sure you can think of many more examples. With all of these multi-purpose applications, how can anyone be offended when you use the word? We say, use this unique, flexible word more often in your daily speech. It will identify the quality of your character immediately. Say it loudly and proudly. Fuck you!
Oh, okay.
I love that.
That's funny. Poor Freeman.
Sorry, Freeman. We love you, though.
Okay, so favorite pet?
Okay.
Are you talking like a pet that we could actually have or like fantasy pet? Not mythological, just like if we could have any animal in the world.
Like, are you basically saying what's our favorite animal, or does it have to be a typically domesticated animal?
Right. That's, yeah. Because there are several, like, if we could have any animal that actually exists that is known in this world, like, but that we can't own because they would require,
Okay,
like...
let's do both.
Okay.
Just to make it easy.
All right.
Our favorite domesticated animal, and it doesn't have to be down to a specific breed.
Just, yeah, like he asked cat, dog,
Right.
bird, right? Thanks,
Thanks,
John.
John. We even say shit the same way.
At the same time. Always have.
Actually, I'm even going to put breeds in parentheses. Because I'm pretty sure. In terms of the domesticated ones. I'm going to have a hard time with the type of animal you would like if we were allowed to have them. Mine's pretty easy.
I agree, John. Good choices.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ouch. All right.
All right. Putting my pen down. For the domesticated, for you, I've got a Munchkin kitten.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, for you, I had dog and it's Pomsky.
That's right.
That's a Husky Pomeranian. They're adorable.
It's a Husky Pomeranian mix. They basically look like little mini. They look like puppy fucking Huskies, but with a little bit weirder tail.
They're like 20 to 30 pounds, and they're adorable.
They're tiny little puppers. All right, fantasy wise, we both know what mine is.
Red Panda.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he's gonna name it Dwayne.
I'm naming it Dwayne. If I ever get a pet red panda, it's gonna be Dwayne. And for years I went ahead and
If
put.
you know, you know.
For years I put white tiger because I know it's a cat.
It's a panther, specifically a leopard.
Now what's funny is I thought about writing panther. I had cheetah written down and he said white tiger, and I was like, yeah, that's probably a little more.
It's
up your alley.
definitely closer. Like, I would love to have a tiger. I would love to have a clouder.
A clouder?
That is what a group of cats is called.
Oh.
Specifically, like, a mix of, like, wild ones would be amazing. But panthers, yeah.
So, well, after 1 year.
Well, at some point here, we will be getting a cat. I had to put my baby down before coming because she was sick, not...
The domesticated pets, we've talked a lot about.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Huskies are my favorite breed of dog, but we don't and probably won't ever live in a place that they would really have as much free running room as they need. Plus, they think they're lap dogs, and one of my buddies has a husky, and I'm not a fan of it thinking it's a lap dog.
So, my best friend has 2. I mean, she has 5 dogs, but she has 2 huskies. My biggest problem is with the fibro. It goes back to the sexual fantasy thing. Like, pain level, I cannot be the one that's at home letting them in and out, that's walking the dogs, that is dealing with a 60-pound dog that thinks it's a lap dog. Plus, they're super high energy. They're super smart. They really require a job. It's just, they're too much. They're too much. Whereas the Pomsky, the size is so much better. If you have a fenced-in yard, you can contain them. Huskies can hop those fucking fences that are even 8 feet. They'll figure it out. I have seen them climb chain link. So, but Pomskys can't do that. Munchkin, I want because they're not, well, first of all, they're fucking cute with their little itty-bitty legs. Second of all, they're not the best jumpers. And because we have collections like what you see behind us, I have stuff that costs a lot more. I don't really want a jumper. Some of them have figured it out, though, so that's not, but it goes against kind of my vet tech sensibilities to not adopt. So, I don't know. And plus, they're fucking expensive.
True.
Thanks, Jay. Just a little bit sickening. Jay, we've been doing that since day one.
Yeah, we've been finishing each other's
I mean,
episodes.
like, so even before we had the conversation about, like, potentially being in a legit relationship, we would sit on Discord listening to y'all talk, and we would be, like, texting fucked up memes and shit back and forth to each other to try and get each other to laugh in the middle of a serious conversation everybody else was having.
Sometimes
See,
it works.
Freeman, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. That is what they were meant for, is like the Iditarod training and shit like that. They're meant to be used. It was an attempted murder. They were trying hard. Top 3 annoying things.
One of mine's going to be cheap. Because it's not really annoying. But it would annoy other people.
Exactly. 2, a murder is not. Oh, okay. As opposed to an illegitimate relationship? I don't know what I said that applies to.
I'm answering the top 3 things thing.
No, I know. That wasn't a question, but I'm not sure. I know I said something, but I can't.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm just way past my days where I could deal with I mean, even like Bengal cats, amazing cats, but again, they're super smart. You should walk them. They need territory. They need like the hamster running wheel type thing. That's just too much. Too much. Night, Freeman. Thanks
Night,
for
Freeman.
stopping in.
We love you.
Oh yeah. Top 3. Oh, that's fine, Bio. That's fine. I just couldn't remember what it, like, tied back to. Because, yeah, like we said, we met on a group site, so... To be fair, I don't really get annoyed with you.
I don't really get annoyed with you either.
So these are kind of petty.
True. I'm trying to think of my third one and how I want to word it for me. What I feel like you would think was annoying about me.
That is really fucking...
I got mine. The all-time favorite food's not fair, because we both know exactly what the other person's favorite food is, and neither of us knows how to make the other person's favorite food.
I can't remember, like, it's chicken ziki?
Tetrazzini.
That's what it is.
Yeah, she just doesn't remember the actual name
Yeah.
of it. Which, to be fair, I don't even know how to spell tetrazzini, because it's not spelled out sounds.
Right. Your mom told me we have a bunch of chicken. She was going to show me how to make it.
And then I know hers is ravioli. Actual homemade ravioli.
Or actual, like, freshly made. I suppose it doesn't have to be homemade.
We're actually really enjoying the India content that we're doing. Food, you eat pickles. I wish you didn't like pickles as much.
I try to only eat them when you're gone.
True.
I mean...
And then there are days where I bring her up pickles because I know she wants something to eat, but it's not really like she wants food. She just wants something to munch on.
You said Indiana, baby.
Oh.
And thank you.
Oh, Indiana. My bad, dude. We've been doing India reactions lately.
Right.
And we've had a few people actually loving that we're doing them.
Shit, man.
Naptown!
Petty crap. I'm bad at this. I'm really fucking bad at nitpicking, guys. I'm not that stereotypical chick that...
One I have for you is very, very much jokingly, and the other one is nitpicking to a degree, even though it doesn't bother me at all. But it's the only thing I could think of.
Right.
But I know it would bother a lot of other people.
Shit. Because the only one I have for you is not putting your laundry in the hamper.
I do have leaving clothes around as one of the
I
ones
mean,
I
like,
figured you would
that's
do.
exactly, yeah. I mean, and that's nitpicky because I don't care. It's not like you go through and, like, pull shit off the hook and leave it all around the house.
Indiana's dangerous. Yeah, our state has not been very good about setting up things for blind people to get around easily.
Where do you live, John? Oh, cool. I don't know my way
What up,
around
Craig?
here at all, Bio, so, like, I don't know
Do you want me to just...
compass points because I just moved from New Mexico, like, a year ago, so... Yeah, just because
Do you want me to just put down
hell,
what I
it would
have?
be, like, super nitpicky, like, not even...
Alright, so for you...
It's boring. Yes, we are terribly boring people, which is why you chime in.
So for you, I have washing my jeans too frequent thing. That would be something that if I could actually consider annoying.
Right.
But
well,
I
if
don't.
you didn't get them dirty, they wouldn't have to be
Also
washed so
true.
frequently.
Also true. It can get very aggravating at times that your pain gets in the way of things, and I don't even mean necessarily sexually.
Right.
Like, there are times where I'm coming home and I'm like, all right, time to do some reactions, and she's like, I'm not feeling one. I'm
I
like,
can't.
all right, I guess we're taking the night off.
Right. Honestly, that's aggravating to me too.
But
so.
it's again, it's not one of those things that I get mad about. It's just like life happens.
Right.
Got to shift lanes, and then the other one, which is definitely joking, because again we've talked about this before, is talking during movies. It does not bother me at all, but I know it would drive people batshit.
Well, I do know how to be quiet during movies. It just makes them boring to me.
It doesn't bother me because I do the same thing. Like, her and I will sit there making fun of everything that we watch together.
I mean, see, that's the problem. Is like I can sit quietly in a movie. Can.
That was the most southern thing you've ever said
That's
in your life.
completely, like if I go to a movie theater, unless it's something completely fucked up, normally in a you've got to be kidding me sense, I can be quiet. But honestly, it takes all of the enjoyment out of movies, TV series, whatever, that I cannot tell them
We liked
that
Mystery
they're
Science.
fucking up.
We liked Mystery
Yeah.
Science Theater 3000 things. It's fun. It's and in terms of things I think you would find annoying with me is it doesn't happen often, but every now and again I will call you out on bars I feel you're wrong about.
I don't get annoyed with it though.
Me leaving clothes around drives
Yeah,
you
that,
batshit.
yeah. Well, okay. Here's the kicker. It's not that you leave clothes around.
It's that I look at you as I drop them.
It's that you look me in the eye as you drop them right next to the fucking hamper. Like, within 10 steps. It's hilarious.
And then the other thing I have is some of my gaming can go a bit too far sometimes.
That doesn't really bug me because I normally am involved in a book or it's, watching one of my cook shows or whatever.
Oh, because you're on the black side? Dude, Indiana, believe it or not, there's only certain parts in Indiana that are completely, like, overly racist. I don't live in that part. Downtown and in the area I live, no, there's tons of black people that live around here. We love them. And
Yeah, that's not a...
you just gotta stay away from, like, Whitestown, which is ironic enough. That is the name of town.
Gotta think outside. Really?
Oh, the Hope Bar duel? That was a fun one.
Which one?
Where Dwayne said he was hopeless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I paused it.
And I did catch him saying hella. I just didn't catch him saying, Min Min.
Mew Mew. Oh, no, this isn't a channel anniversary.
Our anniversary.
It's our anniversary. Channel anniversary is like in January at some point. I think we missed it.
Thank you, Miles.
Maybe it's like November or December. Thank you, Miles.
If Nick were an instrument, what would he be? An instrument? And vice versa. An instrument. That's terrifying.
Excluding voice, because that's cheating.
Right. Okay. Hey, Garrett, thank you. What would he be?
I don't know what you'd think I was.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam!
Shit.
What would you think I was? This is a hard one because, like...
Right?
I did the best I could.
Alright.
Alright. What instrument did you have me down as?
Drums.
Now that makes sense.
You fucking always are keeping a beat. His feet are always
I could
tapping, almost working pedals. Yeah.
I had it pegged down as a bass guitar. That's what I thought you thought I would be.
Okay. I mean, like, definitely drums, though.
What do you think I thought your instrument was?
Guitar? No?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Pipe organ.
Why?
No. Because it's what I consider, like, it's the instrument I relate mostly to creepy music.
Okay. No, that's, fuck yeah. I'll go with that.
There you go.
I did see that you live in LA, John. I grew up in Northern California. Most of my family is out in the Southern California area now. Okay, so...
And then the next question
Johnson asked our favorite 2019 horror movie. Here's the problem. Which horror movies came out in 2019?
I'd have to actually do some research.
Is there a list that you know, like, right off the bat, Johnson? I'm just real bad with like, years.
Let's see. Out in 2019. Go.
Oh, he was talking about his Benedict line? Yeah, he said the only one we missed was the Hell, or the one we didn't talk about was Hella. He did, Jay, and I take that as a super compliment. Super. Like, I get my own pipe organ intro every time I walk into a room. Somebody asked what one trait I would want of yours and you would want of mine a while back, and I forget who asked.
There's a lot of these we haven't seen yet. There's actually a movie that came out called Depraved. I feel like I've let my people down. I need to go see that. You can't hide. Okay. I know what mine is. If you want to roll through that list.
Yeah. Of 2019. Ooh. Ooh.
I'll answer the trait one, too.
There is some on here that I want to see. And by the way, the lighthouse can suck my tit.
Yeah, I knew that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know you knew that, so therefore... Okay, so... Let's see.
The problem is, you and I are so similar with the trait question.
I know, that one was the one that I was like, I don't know that that's going to be...
That... I can only think of one trait I think you would wish that I had. Or one trait that you wish you had of mine. Because I feel like it's the only thing that separates us in terms of us. Actually.
Me?
Alright, so I answered both the movies and the traits question. And then we'll do the superpower ones afterwards. Ha! Ha! I can grow the best mustache, Adam. Ha ha!
That's what I said me about. Okay, alright, so...
Alright. What do you think was my favorite horror movie of 2019?
It ends.
It Chapter 2?
Yeah.
That's what it's not. It ends. That was just the tagline.
Yeah.
But you're right.
It Chapter 2.
That was my favorite movie of 2019. What do you think I thought was your... Okay, what was your favorite horror movie?
Annabelle Comes Home. He got it.
We had our horror movies right. Alright. Now... Did you answer the trait one?
Yeah.
What do you think was the trait I wish I had from you?
Oh, shit. That I didn't write down. I have no clue. We're, like, very similar.
I said probably sexual energy.
Okay.
I am unable to have as much sex as I could when I was much, much younger.
Right.
I wish I could do it 12 times a day. I just can't.
Right.
I'm good about once...
Thank you, Mama.
I'm good about once every other day.
Right.
Even though somehow, some way when we were in Texas,
a lot of that has to do with your work schedule. Because, the 8 days in Texas, that was not an issue. Until you started getting altitude headaches.
Oh, dude.
He went from, 500 above sea level here to 5,000. And altitude headaches are no joke.
All right, now, what is the one thing, trait-wise, from me you wish you had?
your energy in general. His energy. I just want to suck the life out of him.
So, here's the thing. I'm a very lazy person in general.
With a lot of energy.
But I have a lot of energy. People wonder
Yeah.
how I say as skinny as I do. I'm not skinny. Do not get me wrong. I have a nice little gut going here. I got some man boobs.
Oh, he
We're
didn't
good.
use it as an excuse. He just suffered.
No. Yeah, I suffered. No, it did
Like-
not stop me.
But yeah.
Um,
But yeah, he'll lie in bed and he'll be directing a symphony. He'll be bobbing his feet.
I'll lie in bed.
And
My
I'll
feet
be
are always
sitting there
moving.
like-
My arms are moving. But I don't want to get up. I don't. But I need to move. I need to move. Still sub with all the lights on. Hey, Carmen, thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, we don't do horror reviews on the channel, so... And if we do, we will mark them appropriately.
What was the other question?
I like swimming. He does not like swimming.
Yeah, I don't like
I
swimming.
do like swimming.
I don't like water. The closest I get to liking water is taking a shower.
Yeah. But it's more having to do with, like, water close to his ears. Like, you know. I used to do... I was on the dive team for a while. I enjoy swimming. Don't do it very much because... Fuck going to a public pool. But yeah. Okay, so the superpowers? What was the exact question? Like, what superpowers would we choose, or what? Honestly, the movies that I will close my eyes to are normally rom-coms. And
If you were to describe each other's superpower, what would they have?
oh dear. And the reason with rom-coms is I get embarrassed for the people that are about to embarrass themselves. And the stupidity will make me pull the covers up because I cannot deal. Oh, that's cool, Miles. Some of my friends were too. Where are you, Carmen? Okay. So, if I thought you had a superpower, like...
Okay, so... I'm just going off of, like, basic superpowers.
Okay, but you're actually, like, picking a
superpower for the both of us. Which one I think you would
like
want.
like a mythological superpower, though, like...
Like a typical superhero power. I have the one I think you would want and the one I know I would want. And there's a reason behind both of them. This is a funny question because we've never had this conversation.
Alright.
So this is really going to be a test on how well we know each other personally.
Oh.
I watched my dad run on water because he had a crab attached to his balls. That was fun.
Ah! What?
Y'all, walking on water is easy. You just need the right motivation. Because he was running. It looked like those cartoons where their feet are going so fast on the water that they're not sinking.
Right?
It's fantastic. And then when my dad finally got the nerve to go back out into the water, he then got attacked by jellyfish. Thankfully, they weren't the poisonous jellyfish.
That's, your dad has bad luck.
Yeah, he does not have good luck in water. At all.
Okay. Mine is actually not, like, a normal superpower.
The one you chose for yourself? That's sad.
But it is one that I've thought this to myself multiple times. Like, if I had a superpower, what would it be?
I'm probably wrong then.
I'm gonna be wrong on yours. From
I'm gonna put the psychology behind my picks too.
Okay.
On why I think I chose what I chose. Yeah, it is very, very, very slimy duel. Jellyfish are not the best of creatures to come across in any way, shape. They're fun to watch when they're in captivity, though.
Right.
They're gorgeous, especially when whoever has them in captivity has them in black light, because then they glow.
Okay. All right.
All right. What is the superpower you wish you had?
It's called psychokinesis. And it's the ability to psychically manipulate chance, luck, and probability.
It's a weird one.
Yes and no.
So you're Domino now.
Kind of, yeah, I guess. Because I can basically always give myself 100% chance, the luck, in every situation. Or anybody else that is with me, around me, or whatever. So
See,
I can change the probability of an outcome.
Sorry, Mama Spider. Again, that's the having the energy. I can't help myself.
Click, 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 click.
I chose invisibility.
Okay, I mean that would have...
Because psychologically, I know you hate going out, but if you could make sure nobody knew you were out,
right?
You would...
And it's more that I don't want random strangers...
talking to you.
Yeah.
that was my... Now, what do you think my superpower was?
I went with super strength.
No. Actually. The ability to harness electricity.
Okay. All right.
Mine is strictly because growing up, I watched a lot of Ernest Goes to Jail. And towards the end of Ernest Goes to Jail, he gains that superpower and breaks out of jail with his electric power. And it was just really fun and made me think that would be so cool to harness the power of electricity and just shock the shit out of people.
That's true. That's true. Oh, okay. Actually, Joshua Tree, California is right next to where my dad lives. Right next to. And actually, one of my mentor's best friends lives there, so...
No.
You are in the desert, for sure.
If I was able to turn invisible, I'd make people think ghosts were around.
Oh, I'd fuck with people.
I'd definitely fuck with people.
I would fuck with people. Probably. Your nickname would be Perverto? Yes.
Can you imitate each other, let's say, during orgasm? Probably not. Mine's usually deep grunts and fucking...
I don't know. During orgasm, I'm not fucking paying attention, girl.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I mean, I will say this. It's normally at the same time, so, like...
There's a lot of oh babies between both of us.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Don't move.
Yeah, that's the after orgasm one. Don't move. Don't move. Post orgasm. I can give that one. That one's an easy one.
All right.
No, it's not that deep. Otherwise, it'd be funny.
That would be funny. I would probably laugh.
All right, sleep well. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Dwayne.
All right, Dwayne-athan, you gotta give us a question. You're here.
Good night, Adam. Thank you for stopping by.
What is something you think we should try and guess that we know about the...
No, I know.
And what's cool about electricity is it runs through wires and shit, so I wouldn't even have to go out to do it.
Right. That's why, honestly, I would love to have...
I wasn't ready.
The power of probability and luck and chance, because, like, I don't need to go out to, say, even win the lottery. Like, that is not something that requires me going anywhere.
I would shoot the electricity through my computer to other people, especially keyboard warriors that run their fucking mouth.
True.
So it's a good thing.
Uh,
Any question that you think we need to, that we may or may
He's-
not know about each other.
Doing kind of a take on the Newlywed thing, like I'm supposed to answer what I think he's gonna say, and then my answer, and he does the same.
Yeah, it says we're still under an excellent connection, so hopefully the lag stop. And it was just a
Mine's not showing it right now.
and it was just a momentary thing.
What is my first purchase if I won the lottery?
Oh, that's.
I mean, hypothetically speaking, I have already thought of a list. But my very first,
Mine's simple.
okay.
I think you would purchase cats. Am I right?
I wrote Munchkins. Yep. Yep.
What would my first purchase be?
Pomsky.
Wrong.
What would it be?
PS5.
PS5. That was going to be my second guess.
If
yeah.
I won a lottery, getting a PlayStation. I'll even pay one of those ridiculous. Because again, if you hit the lottery and you're a
He
billionaire.
said first Mama Spider, and a house would be on my list, and it wouldn't just be. I wouldn't have to buy a house for my mom. She owns a house, but I would pay off her house. That is on my hypothetical list.
So, in terms of a list of things I would want, first off, aside from individual things like a bunch of celebrity crush, that's. Ooh. We'll get to that in a minute. So,
I have a list.
my list
I
consists
don't.
of the normal stuff that's like a house,
Right.
a new car.
Right.
But then I'd also make sure, first and foremost, my mom and dad are set.
Exactly. Like I said, I'd pay off my mom's house. I'd pay off whatever debt is outstanding.
And then all of my closest homies would be set.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's all I would need. Because honestly, I personally could survive on a lifetime off of just like $2 million.
I don't know that I
Easily.
could survive off of $2 million when I'm talking about taking care of my parents' debt first. Because they've lived rich for so long that just paying off the houses that they're in would deplete a fair amount of that.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if I won the lottery, I would hope that it was one of the large ones. Again, I don't need all that much. I would like to actually build a house. Not because I want secret passageways and libraries and, like, built-in libraries. Shelves and shit. And maybe some first edition books. I have a few. Like, together, Dwayne, or the first scary movie each of us watched, period? And Denise, as much as I love traveling, I hate airports.
First scary movie.
That's what I was asking. Like, together or growing up? Okay. First scary movie.
Okay.
Shit.
Mine is actually not going to be what she thinks.
I'm just trying to remember what the first scary movie I ever saw was.
My problem with answering your question is your mom didn't let you watch things. So I don't even know when you would have watched your first scary movie.
Right? I'm like backtracking. I just saw the first It in this past year.
That was one of the first things we did together.
I'm not a big fan of clowns. I'm not scared of them. I'm not. Loved It, by the way. Loved the book.
I'm going to guess. Okay, I got my answers written down. And then I'm also answering the celebrity crush thing.
Okay.
I'm also doing both male and female celebrity crushes.
For both of us?
Yes.
All right.
This is harder for me, for you, honestly. I gotta look up what her fucking name is. Don't forget to write the scary movie stuff down. Oh, wait. As I start typing out the question, I remembered her name. Oh, what is this? Dude, I hate my new phone. It doesn't work the way I want it to.
You do not hate your new phone. You just haven't figured it out.
And again, I get halfway through typing the question and then I remember the name of the fucking person. Alright. Did you figure out the movies yet? Friday the 13th was not my first, but that did become a normal watching thing for me and my family on any time Friday the 13th hit. It was usually TNT that played them on TV. What's funny is I didn't even like the Friday the 13th movies or Halloween movies until I became an adult. I was a huge Freddy Krueger fan, and I found both of them very boring because they didn't talk. Alright. Who are both my male and female celebrity crushes, baby?
Ryan Reynolds and his wife.
She nailed it. I believe Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively are the most adorable couple.
Right.
In the history of
But
celebrity.
he also thinks separately they're adorable, too.
But I also think they're both fucking sexy.
Right.
And... Alright. I put Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp.
You're not wrong, but you're not right. They are not my first picks.
Really?
Yeah. Kate Beckinsale all the way.
Okay.
You know who she is?
I do.
Okay. And Jason Momoa out of...
Ah, Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
I was going to put Vin Diesel. It was just a different buff dude.
Jason Momoa out of, like his younger, oh god, the remake of the Conan.
I like Jason Momoa's humor a lot more than Vin Diesel's,
and
because he's a funny dude.
I really like how he treats his wife, too.
Right.
And his kids he comes across. But I in the first, the remake of the Conan is when I first saw him. And I do like the buffer, almost Samoan type dudes. I mean, occasionally you just want the kind of guy that you know could break you. Yeah.
See, I prefer Ryan Reynolds to break me mentally. Because he's a funny motherfucker.
He is on my list too, you know. Now, keep in mind when we say celebrity crushes, like, I have never been a fangirl of anything other than books. So...
Alright, what do you think is my first ever horror movie?
Thank you, Anthony. Exorcist?
Nope. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was my first ever horror movie.
I did not know that was your first, but I did know that your mom told you that it was a real story and that you thought...
That I thought there was really an insane family in the middle of fucking Texas going around killing people.
Right. Right. Alright.
I put Pet Sematary.
No, I don't think I've actually even seen it.
Oh.
It was The Birds.
That went really old.
My parents are really old.
Wow.
Really old. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was The Birds. It was either that or Psycho. And I wasn't supposed to see them. My dad was watching them. Because, yeah, my mom was very strict about TV. So...
But yeah, Texas Chainsaw was the first ever horror movie I seen. And my mom set it up as, again, she was telling me, like, it's all real, you know, because it says it's based on a true story.
Right.
But she didn't realize how, like, loosely based it was. And I remember watching it and kind of being freaked out. And it's to this day the only horror movie that's ever actually had me feel terrified because of how my mom played it off to me when I was a kid.
Okay, Scheme. So yeah, like old school for you too. Honestly, there we are.
Okay.
OBS was being lame. I think was probably the opening of the first Wishmaster. Was the first one that I saw in theaters.
Okay. Now,
and then it would have been Scream.
What's funny too is with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. When I say it's the only movie that's ever terrified me, like that was like my first ever horror movie, and ever since that point, my mom is very much it's just a movie, it's fake.
Right.
So they didn't scare me. So like I hear people talk about like their most terrifying movie they've ever seen is like The Exorcist, and I've watched The Exorcist and was like, this is kind of weak. Like it didn't scare me.
The Exorcist does nothing for me.
I
mean, honestly,
I honestly think The Conjuring
vulgar
does,
and gross. The Conjuring.
I think The Conjuring
so
does a much better job of portraying possession, than what that did. And don't get me wrong, I could definitely understand why it would scare people, especially in the time period that it came out in.
Right.
But I don't know. I also just don't find
Exorcist
horror movies
didn't
scary.
do it for Dwayne either. Oh, they're definitely the Hostel is based on real shit.
What is?
Hostel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hostel's more fucked up. What's the most disgusting horror movie you've ever seen?
Again. The most disgusting?
Yeah. For any reason.
I'm not sure. Like, honestly, I thought that the first I Spit on Your Grave, just because they spend so long on the rape, disgusted me the most. I mean, I understand why they did, but, you know.
Gorillas throwing heads and eyeballs. PG-13 seems alright. Most disgusting movie I've ever seen in my life is The Human Centipede. I will never watch that fucking movie again.
See, I've never seen it.
Now, I Spit on Your Grave makes me feel uneasy. And it makes me want to beat the shit out of people. It pisses me off. But Human Centipede honestly almost made me fucking vomit.
Right. Like I said, I haven't seen it. I know what it's about, and I will never watch it. But yeah. I don't know that I've ever been legit scared in a horror movie. Now, I will say that the first Jurassic Park, when it came out, did make me jump.
Well, I get jump scared
off. Like not a jump.
I get jump scared semi-often. I mean... I read The Ring of Fire. It's going down, down, down in a burning ring of fire.
I don't know that Hereditary. I don't know that I've seen that.
Alright, who's got the next question?
Don't put the Human Centipede shit back in my brain.
Human Centipede's so wrong.
I'm an insomniac too. I just don't get too freaked out.
My insomnia doesn't really kick in anymore. I have moments where it kicks in.
Right.
But usually after we have sex, I'm out.
Hey, Edward, it is almost 8 o'clock at night.
No, Hereditary, I could agree with on that scheme. It is pretty terrifying. Not in a... It doesn't...
Right. What is our death row meal? Like your last meal?
My last meal?
I'd have to watch Hereditary. I mean, I kind of feel like that goes along with our favorite food.
Yeah, but they're not going to actually find somebody to make it. I'm just thinking of something that is, like, common answers. Not like... Because, like, if I was to go in and be like, oh, yeah, chicken tetrazzini, the way my mom made it.
Right. They couldn't just hire out your mom?
Honestly, the one movie that left me most terrified out of all of them that I've seen, and when I mean terrified, I mean it made me completely change any future ideas, would have to be Requiem for a Dream. That is the one movie that literally made me go, I am never doing hard drugs ever in my fucking life.
Right.
Ever. Weed is the most I'll do, and even then I don't even like it.
Right. Yeah. I kind of want to see Hereditary now. Yeah.
All right. What's my last meal?
Mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, and fried chicken?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
KFC.
Okay, so, yeah.
I had Taco Bell for you.
Nah.
Ugh.
I'd go steak, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese.
Steak, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese. Okay. I'm a little easier. Fried chicken, KFC.
Well, hell, he said that we couldn't go, like, fancy.
Yeah, no fancy.
Oh, KFC is great. Have you seen I Spit on Your Grave?
Yeah, I Spit on Your Grave opens up with like an almost 45-minute rape scene.
Like, gang.
Like gang rape scene, and then they
I mean, like, the ending of it is fucking...
It's uneasing. I won't say it's scary, though.
It's not scary. It's just, yeah, it's... Yeah.
It makes me feel about the same way as the rape scene in Hills Have Eyes remake.
Devil's Rejects? I don't
And the
know.
sequel.
I love Devil's Rejects. Maybe it just doesn't make me as uneasy because it's not 45 minutes of focus purely on the rape. Like, I like the vengeance.
Yeah, the vengeance part's
But
nice.
but I don't know.
Next question. We still need to watch.
I really like Devil's.
We still need to watch the Devil's 3 or the 3 from Hell.
The
3 from
third,
Hell.
3 from Hell. Yeah. Well, I mean, they do them because A, they happen, and B, because it's meant to make the watcher uneasy and also highlight that this shit really happens. And the best horror movies are honestly the ones that are based in real life versus, like, supernatural, because that's scary, but, you know.
So you dump trucks, don't go watch it.
Right? Favorite animated shows?
Now, I probably have yours wrong, but I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure you'll nail mine.
Okay.
What's my favorite animated show?
Family Guy.
Yes. I put A in Flux. For you.
That's actually not bad, but I would... Animaniacs is what I said.
Animaniacs?
Yeah.
Okay. The strange thing about the Johnsons? I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Avatar's not bad. It's just not... It would not make my list, Carmen.
So, the reason why Family Guy is my favorite is...
I love Family Guy,
I grew up with The Simpsons. And then graduated to Beavis and Butthead. And then Family Guy was that, like, next step up from Beavis and Butthead in terms of offensive.
Right.
But then it didn't go overboard like I feel South Park does. And don't get me wrong. I don't think South Park is wrong for half the shit that they do. I just don't find it as funny as Family Guy.
Yeah, I'm not a Simpsons or South Park kind of person. I mean, I get it. It's just not...
Although a lot of the themed episodes of South Park I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Like the one where they, it's their Lord of the Rings episode. And somehow they end up with like a porn movie that they're supposed to take. I don't remember how exactly the story went, but it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I haven't seen them. Just doesn't do much for me. Family Guy I absolutely love. Animaniacs I really like. Aeon Flux is actually... That's a damn good one. Plus I like Charlize Theron as Aeon. I didn't like the movie particularly, but I did like their actress choice.
Next question. Miles said Simpsons overall. I don't find the Simpsons funny anymore. They kind of...
Scheme. All right. I mean, like, we get the picture. It's just not good. It's not good. If we don't want to be fucked up, don't watch it. Got it. Heads up. Any more questions, kids?
Never mind.
Haha. Tasing.
Okay,
Who does Gats have?
Hereditary is not one that I've seen. But I've seen previews about it and wanted to watch it.
His girlfriend? Fuck that shit. I don't think that's one I've seen. Hell, I've seen quite a few of the messed up French movies. If I could remember what my dad was watching, that might have counted as my first horror movie, but I can't remember. It's like a bathtub scene. Chick's taking a bath. Guy comes up behind her and stabs her in the bathtub. Like the whole water like fills up with blood in it. I don't know what he was watching though. I was like 7.
If there's a good foreign horror movie I would advise for anyone to watch, check out a movie called Audition. If you like
that was...
fucked up murder scenes. It's basically, or torture scenes, basically. It's torture porn.
Right.
But it's basically about I want to say he was like a Japanese dictator. His wife passes...
he was, I don't know that he was a dictator. He was just like a mega billionaire.
Right. His wife dies, so he holds auditions...
For his next wife. And I think the one that wins, he ends up taking her home, and she starts to do some extremely fucked up things to him. Yeah, but he plays it off like it's auditions for like a reality show, not for a wife. And so not only is he conning them, but like this chick is, yeah. Why?
No, I definitely, like I said, Hereditary is one of the movies I wanted to see when I seen the preview for it. It does look pretty fucked
right.
up. LMAO, he's crazy.
His girlfriend's crazy. Although watching him tase Matt was fucking hilarious.
No, what cracked me up about that whole situation is...
Postcard didn't think he was going to do it.
Well, no, he didn't think he was going to do it, but what cracked me up about it was, so when Gats goes to tase him, you notice he goes full force into him.
Right.
And then when he's about to do it to Gats, he's like, all right, you can't just shove it into me because it's got these prongs at the end that hurt. And I'm like, didn't you just like stab him with the fucking...
He did, yeah. Where do we see each other in a year?
Where we're at now. Honestly.
I mean, like, I need a little context. Like, I see myself with him.
Right. Hopefully at 25,000 subs.
Crotch deep.
Crotch deep.
I endorse that message.
Like an hour.
Yeah, I mean, like, specifically at 8 p.m. next year. Crotch deep. Yeah, 1 year older.
She'll be even closer to 40.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be closer to 40 in July. Like, I'll be closer to 40 tomorrow.
True.
It's not really a thing.
No, physically we'll probably still be here. My mom wants to move and us get a house.
Like buy a house.
That's not going to happen.
Not in 1 year.
Not in 1 year. That's almost a 2-year venture of me trying to get my credit back into somewhat of a good shape.
Well, and honestly, after moving, because all of my stuff was in a pod storage, so, like, I just paid on a credit card to have that shit moved out. That's going to take me a year to pay down. So there's no way.
We won't be married in a year. We have already decided, though, that when we do get married, it'll be on Halloween.
Right. Will we be celebrities? Baby, we already are.
That was already... We're not celebrities.
Not even remotely.
I forgot what the fuck I was saying. My mind just shit on itself.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Carmen. Not with my fibro. Like, I can't travel often enough that would be anything exciting to me. And I have a library, and that is exciting to me. So that's not going to happen. Plus, his mom has fibro at this point. So any house we look for is, we're looking for one that has, like, a mother-in-law.
Right. We're definitely going to have my mom probably until she passes away. Which, to be fair, I hope does not happen for a long time.
Right.
But
so, yeah, like a place with a mother-in-law is like the goal for, I'd say, 2 years.
2 to 3 years out.
I grew up someplace with earthquakes. In fact, I can bring you the entire album that I have of the destruction that the 89 earthquake caused the house I was living in near San Francisco when that happened. I have it.
So your mom barely made it out alive, didn't she?
Yeah. So, and that's, vibration.
That's... See, we don't even need a fucking place with earthquakes. We just need one of those beds that have the coin slot.
Okay, here's the thing. Like, growing up with earthquakes, fine. But when the 89 earthquake hit, and the way that it happened, and watching my mom crawl out of our house, and, like, the chandelier in the foyer dropped right behind her, like, the kitchen that she was standing in, the destruction, like, all of the cabinets opened, all of the drawers opened, our house slid 9 inches off of the foundation, like... I was 7. So, and I was out front with my sister. Mom had just given us popsicles, sent us outside so that we didn't drip everywhere. That is like, yeah. I had nightmares for about 6 months.
Amy Lee Forever here has been dealing with earthquakes for the last month and a half.
Yeah, like constant. They're only down to 2 a day now, only. I haven't had to deal with any major storms yet, though, Scheme. So, I mean, like, I'll get back to you on that.
Major storms don't scare me. I've lived here my entire life. Tornadoes being just a block or 2 away, it's a thing.
Right. I was thinking the same thing, Hell. Same thing. I was thinking we have something for that.
Almost cracked down the sides. No, so storms don't bother me. I actually like storms. The one place I refuse to move anywhere where hurricanes are a thing. I don't want to have to evacuate my home 1 to 2 times a year and just go somewhere. Like,
I don't want to have to deal with anything close to tsunami, hurricane, like that kind of damage. Storms, again, it's just like you were saying, Scheme, like the chaos. I love storms. Now, if we're talking, like, tornadoes, I haven't had to deal with those yet, so I'm not sure. I don't like the idea, the concept, but, I don't want to end up in Oz. Nobody better sing the Lollipop Gang song to me.
Did you have to say that with Dwayne in here? You're going to hurt his feelings.
I will not be a good witch. And I don't mind general earthquakes. But just like...
Why did they do that?
They looked possessed. They looked
They
possessed.
looked angry.
Hey, Erica.
Hi, Erica. Erica, do you have a question? What is our favorite something?
Doesn't even have to be a favorite thing. Oh, I know. Like I said, my dad lives like within 20 minutes of you. Couple summers ago, I went out to visit him for Father's Day. Big mistake. It was 125 degrees. Fuck that shit.
Hello, Mew.
Good morning. I'm guessing you're in India? Somewhere around there?
What's happening? Did
Favorite color?
you ever get back with me?
Blue, red.
Yeah, my favorite color is
Indonesia?
blue.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, Megan Beats. Happy birthday. You're a weird one, Damon. I love you, though.
I think a lot of people are thinking it's, I mean, even though you said dating anniversary, they're thinking it's our channel anniversary.
What the fuck is this guy even referencing? You guys ever get random tweets? Like, this was January 22nd I tweeted that.
Oh, what is our embarrassing song guilty pleasure?
Okay.
Shit.
That's an easy one. For me.
I mean, I think my problem is it embarrassing. Like, doesn't embarrass me. I mean, I can write one that maybe embarrasses other people. Because it has happened in the past.
I don't know what... Yeah, that's the problem. Like, there's one song specifically that I absolutely love that, like, definitely make people look at me like, the fuck is wrong with you? I don't necessarily find it embarrassing, but it would be my guilty pleasure song in terms of...
All right, Carmen. I'll answer you.
Something I normally wouldn't listen to. But you, on the other hand...
I've mentioned it. Like, specific... Like, look at Carmen's last thing.
Bump in public. The bad thing is we've had this conversation within the last week and a half. And I can't remember it now.
It's...
Oh! I know what it is.
And you... Damn it. What are your guesses, guys? What do you think people have been embarrassed by me bumping in public? Not me getting embarrassed, because that's not a thing. Damn it.
I was gonna give you bonus points that, well, you should know the fucking name of the band if you know the song. Not that they have anything to do with each other. I just... No one else could do this song. I don't know, it's hard to explain. What was the other question? I see someone else. If there was anywhere else we could live, where would it be?
Oh, fuck.
What was the other one? For you.
Barbie girl? Nah. I mean, only the wrong people get embarrassed when you bump that shit. Especially if you're, like, rocking, like, hand motions to it and shit. Should be done. Okay, so anywhere that we would want to live, like, disregarding economic and political shit about the place, just purely based on how beautiful it is and or...
I'm guessing on your place to live. I don't have a fucking clue.
Okay.
Let me know when you're
She
ready.
said yes, so that has nothing to do with any of that.
Oh,
It's
anywhere.
just like anywhere. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Just let me know when you're ready. My pen is down.
All right. I know my guess for your song is wrong, but it's, yeah. Okay.
All right. What do you think my embarrassing, I'm not personally embarrassed by it.
Right.
But my guilty pleasure song is?
Bye, bye, bye.
It is, in fact, Barbie Girl by Aqua.
Hey, really? Oh, okay. Like I said, I think that needs
You
to
had
be
read
done.
somebody mention Barbie
Girl?
Girl in the chat, and I was just kind of like,
Honestly, I think it needs to be done every now and then. And not so much because I think it's a good song. I really don't.
Oh, no, I think it's a fantastic song. Come on, Barbie, let's go
It's not
party.
a good song. Like,
yeah.
in
Come on,
terms of
Barbie,
how it
let's
was
go
written,
party.
in terms of how repetitive it is. I'm not saying it's a bad song either. I enjoy it. But it's not a good song on principle.
And I'd put Blowjob Betty for you.
Too short. Blowjob Betty. Now, Carmen, the story about that is I drive a T-top Camaro. I went to an all-Christian school, private. I left. My sister continued going to that school. And I would have to pick her up. And I would bump that as loud as I could to pick her up. It was fantastic.
All right. If I could move anywhere in the world, where would it be, baby?
Ireland?
Yep.
Where would I live?
I'll put the Amazon. I don't fucking know.
Greece.
Oh, Greece. That's way off.
Yeah, one of the Greek islands. It's beautiful. And me personally, I do like the ocean. Not necessarily like the beach or whatnot, but I like to see it.
So, mine is honestly more of I want to go somewhere in Europe with castles.
Right.
I like castles.
They're gorgeous, yeah. I honestly, okay, so if it weren't so fucking cold and windy, the castles in Scotland are fan-fucking-tastic. Like, they're even, I think, more beautiful and everything than in Ireland or in England. I'd also like to see some of the ones in, like, Romania, that area, because they are also gorgeous. I just really love the Mediterranean clear, like, because the Mediterranean water around some of the Greek Isles is crystal clear.
Right.
So, I mean, anybody that's afraid of sea life, you don't have to be, because you can see what's under you. But also, it's just so pretty to just look at.
Transylvania was a close second for me.
Yeah, that's actually...
Salem's a third.
That would be like a close... I wouldn't want to live... Like, if I had a choice to live anywhere in the world, honestly, the U.S. would not be on my list. But that's disregarding, like, political...
Right.
Economic, you know, just... It is beautiful. But he was talking specifically castles, and I was saying that I think... Yeah.
Which is Romania. That's also a very good possibility.
Yeah. See, Carmen, that's why I said, like, when somebody asked about the lotto and we're like, buy a house, I was like, specifically, I'd want to build a house because I need the secret passageways, the built-in for my libraries. We want a secret room. I mean, like, come on now. I've never been to Croatia, though, so I can't, like...
Questions! Feed us questions! We feed you
Crete
answers.
is beautiful. Mykonos was beautiful. Okay. Yeah.
I think... okay, so I'm just going to throw a question out there. Let's see how well they know us for one question.
Okay.
What is our individual favorite video game franchises? I know yours. You know mine.
Okay. All right. Let's see what they have to say.
But let's see if they know. Mine should be obvious.
I mean, the devil you know, Anthony. But again, I want somewhere warm. And I really like seeing the ocean. I don't need it to be necessarily swimmable. Like, I really love the very far north California shoreline, which is craggy, rocky shore. And it's fucking freezing cold water. You, like, have to be crazy to go swimming in it. There are crazies that swim in it. I like the tide pools there. That's about as close to swimming in that water as I get.
If Duel were here, he would 100% know what my favorite video game franchise is.
Right.
Anybody that's tuned in on a Saturday night over the course of the last...
Well, now you're giving shit away.
But I don't think anybody's going to guess yours. Because you're not a gamer.
Right.
But you like the story.
He's here.
Oh, there's Duel here.
Yeah. He
No,
just wasn't listening, that's all.
I asked a question for all of you to answer about us. What are our individual favorite video game franchises?
I mean, mine is somewhat of a giveaway,
Maybe.
baby.
That's not even what I thought.
Ah.
So I didn't even know that. I do like Zelda, and it's up there, but no. Duel is correct. It is Assassin's Creed.
For him.
For me. And then I'll tell you what I thought yours was.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean, there are a couple that I enjoy watching. Fuck no.
No, she's not a big Mario fan.
Misogynistic little prick.
What?
Pokemon. I'm talking about Mario, not about Duel.
I was say Anthony would be right on my Assassin's Creed. So her favorite game franchise of all time is apparently the Alice games. The American McGee's Alice games.
Madness Returns, yeah.
I thought, now remember, she doesn't play video games. She's just watched people or read up on them or whatever.
Devil May Cry is fucking fantastic too.
But I thought her favorite was actually Resident Evil.
Okay, that's not a bad. I mean, honestly, in terms of playthrough, I've really enjoyed The Witcher. Devil May Cry was good.
Well, there's a reason I also thought more about Resident Evil. I feel like Resident Evil is one of those games you could actually sit and watch people play because there's not a whole lot of movement.
I did enjoy watching Resident Evil.
It's like, you know, every room, well, earlier in the series, not so much later in the series, but earlier in the series, it was like every room was just stationary. The person moved around in it. It wasn't as motion. Whereas Alice, you can't even watch people play it.
Right. I never saw it on N64.
The Castlevania game on 64 is not good.
Every town has its own streets.
Welcome to the fan.
Nah. I really like the, kind of fantasy, like dark fantasy driven stories. Yeah. The American McGee's Madness, like,
It took
I mean,
Alice in
I've
Wonderland
got all
and
of
made it
the
extremely fucked up.
very fucked up. So yeah, I have all of the action figures except for one. I'm missing one. And that one I probably would have tried to learn to play, but it is incredibly motion oriented and it made me sick.
Now that's a question. You both like horror. Have you ever experienced anything unexplained or paranormal personally? I have. A couple times, actually. I can go over my stories.
Yeah, me personally, I would say no. I don't think I have.
Okay. So, me and a buddy of mine, because I 100% believe in ghosts and things of that nature.
Not to the degree that a lot of people do in terms of like frequency.
Right. They're definitely not as frequent as people think they are.
Right.
But I do believe in them. And I had an instance where one night me and a buddy of mine were putting together this idea of being paranormal investigators. And we had decided to start up our own group. We were going to run with it. And we had like this long conversation after work that night that we were talking about it. And we ended up talking for close to about 2 hours after work, standing at our cars individually.
Right.
Because we parked right next to each other. And my car at the time was an old school Lincoln, very boat-like vehicle, wide, long.
Right.
I don't remember what kind of Lincoln it was, right offhand. But the radio inside of it did not work well. And what I mean by it did not work well is it always automatically changed radio stations. I don't know if it was hitting bumps
Right.
or what. But for those of you that may not know what white noise is,
If you don't know what radio stations are.
it's basically
We are that old.
the sound of like
Static.
old school TVs back whenever they had those channels that were all just static jumping around. Radio stations flipping between stations, static
Right.
happens, things like that. That's what white noise is. And on that drive home that night, which isn't a very long drive home, I was sitting there driving and the radio started to just shift through radio stations, which was normal. That was not something that freaked me out, but I got to thinking about it and I was like, well, I wonder if this could be something that like a ghost was trying to talk to me or something.
Right. Or something.
Or
yeah.
something. So I sat there and as I was driving, I decided to ask a question. I was like, is there something here trying to get my attention? And the radio was flipping through stations, and I actually heard a voice say yes through the radio station. And again, it could have picked up on one of the random stations it flipped through as it was going
Right.
back and forth, whatever. So I was like, well, that's kind of weird. So then I was like, all right, is there something that you're trying to tell me? And I very clearly heard a voice through my radio say, yes, I just wanted to tell you that, and then it trailed off. And never happened again.
Right.
So even if, again, could be coincidence, could not be,
Right.
whatever, was definitely weird.
Right.
The next thing that happened is, so me and my buddy did our first and only paranormal investigation together.
Right.
And it wasn't only because we got scared or nothing. It's just we realized that for us to do what we wanted to do, we were going to have to spend a lot of money on equipment.
Right.
Close to like $5,000 to $6,000 on equipment just to start off, and we just did not have that kind of money.
Right.
So we decided to do what we could with what we had, and we went to a coworker's house who said that they, have a lot of paranormal instances that happen and things
Right.
like that. So we went, and we didn't get a whole lot of quote unquote evidence, but we had one where, and both instances happened in the basement
Right.
when we were down there, And one of them, him and I, and he has the footage somewhere. I don't have it anymore because it was on my work computer at the time, and I don't work there anymore.
Right.
But he was the one that had the evidence, and he sent it to me. And one of them was him and I were looking into what was like a closet in the basement that had been built there, when they originally built, like
Right.
it was made out of concrete and stuff. And we were standing there, and as we were looking into the thing, we heard knocking from behind us. And we turned around, and nothing was there. And his laptop that he had set up in the corner to get video of what was going on in the room caught the actual knocking. And it was a straight up 3 knock.
Right.
And then it was done, and we were just kind of like, okay, that's fucked up.
Right.
And then the other little bit of evidence that we got there was they had these wires that were strung through the ceiling of the basement.
Mm-hmm.
That had nuts on them. The nuts you wrap around screws.
Bolts. Yeah.
And I had asked, and we had a tape recorder going, and I had asked what was, if they knew what the string with the nuts were for, and we actually had a voice pick up that said counting. So we don't know what he was counting.
All right.
But yeah, there you go.
Absolutely, Anthony. I'm one of those people that every time one of those things pops up on Facebook that's like, for this, would you stay the night here without... Fuck yeah. I would do it in a heartbeat. Well, Carmen, if you live close to the tree, I can see that. I don't know. My only weird coincidental fucked up things is like I foreshadow a lot. I get deja vu a lot.
I actually have a fun theory about deja vu. Just for theory. I could be right. I could be wrong. Probably wrong. And let's face it. The probability of knowing anything after life is
Right.
slim to none until you're dead. But I would...
probable as sex after marriage.
Right. Right. I firmly believe, or I believe there is a possibility that we live the same lives over and over again. It's not to say that time does not progress on.
Right.
I just feel like time does not progress on with us.
Right.
Like we get stuck in the same loops over and over and over again.
Right. Okay.
To try and make the right decision, change something that we didn't do before. I feel like that's the only way I can consciously and effectively explain why I feel like I've been a lot of the places I've been before when I haven't.
Right.
And been in the same situations before that I haven't. And I'm telling you now.
I mean...
I am living this life over and over again. It's a good one.
I definitely believe in like a
depression go to hell.
loop theory. The foreshadowing thing, like, so I mean, like, he can attest to the fact that at least during movies, books, stuff like that, there's very little that I haven't figured out, or he hasn't figured out actually way ahead of time.
Prime example, WandaVision, for those of you that don't know.
I figured out the general overview of it in the first episode.
Yeah, she figured out the general overview in the first episode, and then at the third episode, so far I have been about 98% complete, like correct on what I thought was going to happen.
The only reason that I'm not doing too much more foreshadowing is like my knowledge of the Marvel verse is not quite as in depth as his.
But yeah, we're really good at knowing what's going to happen before the movie's over.
Carmen, I somewhat agree. Like here's the thing. Okay, so my mentor is a woo-woo lady, and in fact, she goes out to where you live to visit her mentor and do the dances and everything. So I kind of believe in that to a degree. Here's my thing. Like, I don't feel like we become enlightened quite as quickly as a lot of people believe. So again, that's why Nick's theory makes sense to me, because I think that it's like life. You take one step forward and two steps back, which is why you get stuck in a very, very similar loop. And your progression is not as much as some people believe. And it's like reincarnation, Anthony. It is reincarnation, but
Just on a
it's
different
not
scale.
like, yeah, it's on a much slighter step forward scale. Like,
So the Hindu belief, to my understanding, is they do believe in reincarnation, but it's more of reincarnated into another life, or another being, or something like that. I'm talking about basically just reincarnating into yourself again.
right,
That sounds really, really weird.
right.
But
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying with the one step forward, two steps back. It's not, I'm not going to reincarnate into a cow or into a completely different person. It's, I'm going to be my own soul, but with a slight progression, maybe a slight regression, something that I need to relearn, or something else that I need to experience. But again, that's where I get where the deja vu comes in. Exactly how. Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a. Yeah. It's a loop. Not quite reincarnation. Yeah. And Shar, that would be fun. She said she's thinking of Share the Scare channel. And would have us as guests. Thank you, Tahir. Thank you.
I would love to be a guest.
Yeah, based on karma. I think it's again, karma, but like mine is more like what you need to experience.
Fun fact, I know who my doppelganger is.
Yeah?
He's a guitar player for a band.
He's not a guitar player. I mean, like,
Plays guitar.
yeah.
He also sings.
He's one of the frontmen. He is the frontman. There's a front lady and a front man.
I don't remember the name of the band.
But I'm not sure that, like, that's a historical doc. Okay. He looks very similar. Thank you. Hell, yeah. Very similar.
It's uncanny.
What is his name? Andrea?
It's scary.
Andre? I think it's Andrea. Am I wrong?
I swear I saw that video and my mind went,
What are we watching even?
When did I go there?
Right?
Why am I not reaping the benefits of this band shit?
Right? See, and that's, I believe in the theory of soulmates, not necessarily just your romantic partner soulmate, but like,
Just people in general.
yeah, well, and even like the cat that I had for 20 years, there was a damn good reason that I had her. She taught me a whole bunch, so I think that there's different levels of soulmates, and then maybe the whole concept of having a twin flame, which is your romantic partner, makes sense to me.
True.
So, Andrea, okay, I was right. All right.
Any other questions you guys would like to just have us answer?
Hal said we should come up with another question for them.
All right.
I mean, like, I would do something like favorite author, but I don't think you guys know who my favorite author is. And
no,
I don't think it's kind of fair to make you guess.
I do not look like... It's that chick that's out there.
She's up there. I mean, she's everywhere, but she's up there mostly.
Right. And my favorite author...
She was cute. Thank you, Anthony.
...is King.
I mean, Miles, if you haven't watched our last Lacuna Coil reaction, which was to Trip the Darkness, it was just in the last week, you need to watch that. Because Jonathan Davis, I mean, like, they could be cousins. The young Andrea, they could be doppelgangers. It's crazy.
I don't know. We could talk about a lot of things. A lot of things to make people wonder what the fuck is wrong with me.
My favorite author, by the way, is Jacqueline Carey.
Like a prime example, I don't believe in good and evil. I don't believe there's a true good. I don't believe there's a true evil.
I think that is all completely
I believe
cultural and societal based.
I believe good and evil is defined is dependent upon where you're raised, how you're raised. You know, like she said, cultural, societal. Because we look at some things and think it's evil as fuck. Prime example.
We were only off for a bit. Jeez, give us a break. Give us a break. Until we heard the teenage lines, and then we were like, hey, I know.
Yeah, that's not it. But yeah, so I don't believe in a true good and evil. Because you look at other societies and other, like, tribes, for instance. Like, okay, so us as people, we believe that eating people is wrong.
Cannibalism is hands down, across the board, evil. That is what American society will tell you.
And there are tribes that consider it an honor to be eaten by your tribesmen.
And it is a religious and seriously considered practice for the people that do the eating. So, yeah.
Right. A lot of us, you know, again, murder here, especially here in America.
We picture Dahmer.
Murder is wrong. You think of murderers and people that kill other people, but then there are societies where, like, they will fight each other
Right.
to the death for the lead of their tribe.
I think being eaten by someone is great, hell. Right.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, so Anthony, they take the strengths of the warriors and they are respecting the warriors for their strength. So there is that, but then there are also tribes that believe that eating their elders that have passed on is the utmost sign of respect, and it keeps their elders with them spiritually, and they imbibe their wisdom. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a warrior practice. We're just saying that so many different cultures view things differently. Honestly, an entire nation, and I'm not just saying like the Americas, I'm just using that as an example, founded on Anglo-Christian ideals that doesn't somewhat believe in an eye for an eye. I mean, like, so we believe murder is wrong, sure. But the problem is that even in the Old Testament, where that was one of the 10 Commandments, they believe in justice system that's an eye for an eye.
Right.
So, again, we send mixed signals about what is accurate assumption in terms of what is murder, what is not murder. So you get people protesting the death penalty, you know, and again, this isn't a political discussion here in terms of like what we want this conversation to go into, but where is the line? And it's definitely society that is telling you, and even society is confused.
Right.
So,
although if you'd like to know, I believe in the death penalty too.
Exactly, Shar. Exactly. Like eating the heart, it's a sign of respect. It's thanks for the deer sacrificing its life, because their belief system is that deer willingly chose to sacrifice its life to nourish yours. So that is a sign of respect. It's something that you do immediately, so that, you know, obviously the blood doesn't coagulate and crap like that, but also because you're taking its spirit into you. So now, see, euthanasia? I believe in both.
Right.
Now, death penalty, I definitely believe the way that the death penalty is handed out right now is not correct. There are certain things that should be an immediate death sentence, and there should be things that people are sitting on death row for that is a crock of shit. So, I mean, for the death penalty to work the way that I think that it should, our system needs a rewrite. And again, it's because things have gotten confused.
Right. Okay, so this is where you guys are going to see an extremely dark side of me. I don't believe human life is precious. Like other people do.
I was just gonna. I don't know what we're disagreeing on, though, Anthony. I was just using the Americas as an example. There are definitely tribes that believed in sacrifice.
I believe that I believe the people close to you are precious. But
you, subjectively.
Subjectively to you or me or whoever is precious. But I don't believe human life as a whole is, because I don't believe it's any more or any less precious than any animals out there, plant life, whatever.
You're not saying that human life itself is not precious. You're saying it's not above or superior to any other life form.
Right. And
yeah.
My whole idea on the death penalty is I don't... Now, while I do not believe in the idea of good and evil, I do think, given the societal constraints that we've grown up in, I do believe in right and wrong. There are right things to do, there are wrong things to do.
Right.
And I'm not saying all wrong needs to be punished by death, but I do feel like if you've killed somebody and it's not been in self-defense or defense of another, you no longer have the right to live. Right. I don't believe in throwing somebody in jail for 70 to 80 years for them to live. They're getting 3 meals a day and a place to sleep.
Right.
And that's not punishment, honestly.
My answer to your question, Hell, for killing someone is not specific enough. That's what I was saying in terms of, I feel like the whole system would need an overhaul in terms of what we're actually specifying. Like, if they are a serial killer, absolutely. And I don't feel like, I mean, like, maybe they should get their one appeal, make sure that it was them. But you know what? After that, they should not sit on death row. That should be a done deal. If they, you know.
And, I mean, there's some other things to it, too. And kind of touching on what she said. I'm not saying necessarily that if a jury agrees that they believe somebody had killed people, that they deserve the death penalty. I'm saying if there is undeniable evidence,
right,
you have been caught 100%.
Right.
There is no question.
Gacy.
Whatsoever.
They unburied 30 victims from his basement, or not even basement, but yeah. There is proof.
Now, if there's, like, not great evidence, and it's like a jury just finds you guilty, all right, cool, you get to spend your life in prison. Because
right.
at least at that point, there's a chance that somebody somewhere...
may prove your innocence.
Technology will progress. They
innocence
can prove your
project.
Innocence.
Defending yourself? Absolutely not. I don't think that they should be killed. I honestly don't think they should spend their life in jail. I mean, that, again, it's a thing that... You know, the whole system needs work. It honestly, it all needs work.
Agreed.
Anthony.
No, it actually has nothing to do with the hypocrisy that we were even touching on. That is what it is.
Hypocrisy drives me nuts.
I'm one of those people that I believe in both the death penalty and the right to have an abortion. I don't think it's up to other people to decide what a woman wants to do with her body.
Also, like, you know, when we just, again, it's this whole thing that I was saying with the death penalty. Like, the way the rules are written or are being tried to be written are not specific enough, even to contest. Like, just de facto saying abortion is murder and should not be allowed is bullshit. Because there are complications in pregnancy. There are complications to the woman. There are complications to the baby. There are so many things. And my major hypocrisy point with that is the people that are the most anti-abortion are also not the people that are adopting. They're not the people that are funding orphanages. They're not the people that are caring for the woman that has 4 children already and needs help once that 5th baby is born. Like, why do we stop caring about life once it is actually in the world? Like, the whole thing drives me batshit, so normally I stay away from the topic.
Right. To sum up what she said, people care more about the life before a child is born than after they're born.
Yeah. And it's a crock of shit. See, Anthony, again, that's exactly it. Like, it should be the woman's choice on that point. If it is going to be something that adds to the trauma, that deters from the bonding with the baby, if she wants to give it up for adoption afterwards, that is her choice. But again, it's the control of the woman's body is honestly what we're debating here. It's not life.
Right.
Because if it was life, there would be a set method for how to give that life the best chance once it's born. And also the mother. And we're not caring about that, so we're not really debating life here. We're pro-fetus. And that makes no sense to me.
But no, Amy, yeah, I'm not saying people with circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, exactly, Hell. That's exactly,
There's been people out there that have been in jail for 30 years and then found out, oh, they're really
innocent. The Innocence
innocent.
Project
they didn't do this.
has discovered, DNA evidence, like frame jobs. Like, again, it's all about restructuring, but pedophiles that have been caught in the act. Like,
I'm definitely all for killing off.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, but here's.
That's just me, though.
Like, okay, so I'm on disability, and in order to qualify for disability, first of all, your doctor needs to verify. They send you through all sorts of medical tests. You have to meet with all these different medical professionals that are meant for this whole interview process. They reject you first. But in order to even qualify, you have to have worked for 10 full years of your life and paid taxes those 10 years. So put into your Social Security for 10 years, and it has to be the full 10 years. Like, if it's 9 3/4, you don't qualify.
Right.
And then they still only give you a percentage based on your last pay. Your last job, whatever your income was, you receive a portion of it. So I will get $1,000 a month for the rest of my life. Well, as long as I'm on disability. The problem is $1,000 is supposed to cover any of my copays, medical stuff. I mean, like, granted, all of my stuff is reduced. I don't have to pay a monthly insurance fee, but I do have to pay to go see the doctor. I do have to pay to get my prescriptions. I am, like, within, I have to follow the network. I have to go to the doctor's appointments regularly. All of these things for disability. And then I still have bills. So what the fuck are you supposed to do on $1,000 a month? That is not very much at all. I struggled before moving in with Nick. I lived with my mom before I was married. $1,000 a month paying my bills. I struggled to eat 3 times a day. You know, I mean, like, I went without a cell phone a lot, which meant I did not have a phone a lot. You know, I mean, gas for my car. Stuff like that. Now, why should I be a proponent for people sitting on death row or getting a life sentence in jail and having a place that's warm, a bed, 3 meals a day? They can have a TV service, the books they want. I mean, right now, we're not talking like the cell-like structure that we used to. They have rights. They have more rights than I did. They can go to school. You know, I mean, I just really feel like we need to take care of, like, the veterans that are out there, the mothers, the kids, you know, the people that are on disability, before we're, like, so concerned over people that have obviously done the deed. Like Ted Bundy. Like, how long was he on death row? It was a good 20 years.
The Jack the Ripper thing, I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted on. I think everybody wants it to be a guy. I think history has wanted it to be a guy. Because it sounds more dark and mysterious that a guy's going out killing strippers. For whatever reason he might be. And I do know there has been some evidence within the last 5 years or so to believe that it's really Jill the Reaper. No, obviously nickname.
Right.
Probably not her real name. I also wouldn't be surprised for it to be a combo of the two.
Right.
Like, what if a girl was going out and finding the strippers and then leading Jack there?
You mean the hoes? They weren't strippers.
Or, yeah, the hoes. Not the
No.
strippers.
Um,
Honestly, I don't have a set idea on which one I think it is. I think it could be either, and it's one of those that I'd need more proof of either to really make a decision.
I mean, I guess I could see it being a combo, because a lot of times they did use a female as a lure. I mean, my problem is when you look at the victims, other than Mary, the last victim, all of them were long-time street workers. Some of them were badass alcoholics. Like, we're talking hard women here. They would not go down easy. So they had to have been lured into it, either propositioned for sex. Most of the places that they were found were places that they would have been getting it on, or on their way to get it on. I really just don't feel like a woman by herself could have had the same draw to them to make them go off, and also taken them down like that. And as far as like the gutting and so on and so forth, it sounds like, you know, there have been somewhat similar kind of mutilations done by men that had dysfunction problems that were just, it's like a morbid curiosity, or curiosity that's turned morbid because of sexual frustration of some form, that have happened in this century. So it sounds more like that to me than it does a woman that's just like, fuck y'all.
I could also see it as like a woman and a guy working together, and the woman looking for people for the guy to get.
I can see that, but I was saying, if it is just an individual person, I don't see it being a woman.
I do not believe it was H.H. Holmes.
Nah.
At all.
I mean, and here's the thing, is H.H. Holmes, they know enough about him that they know his progression, where he was at certain times. Yes, I know he moved from England and this, that, and the other, but it doesn't fit the timeline of his life and progression, because honestly, he really started as a con man, not as a murderer, and it just kind of spiraled downwards. I mean, he was a body snatcher for graveyards first. I mean, that's morbidity, but, you know, he's fascinating, by the way.
I wish they would not have tore down H.H. Holmes' horror hotel.
I mean, I always understand when they want to, but I wish they wouldn't.
Right.
Because, I mean, certain homes, sure, because they were already, they needed to be torn down anyway. They were decaying. I'm trying to think of...
Dilapidated.
Yeah, but that was an actual, like, had all of the secret rooms, and it didn't need to be torn down structurally. So I kind of wish it had been.
It would just been fun now.
Preserved.
All of it's done. Like,
I
I
mean,
would have loved to have gone and visited and just got to go through it and see how he had everything set up.
Oh, I think she did it.
On the Lizzie Borden excerpt? Yeah, she definitely did it.
Oh, yeah. I think she did it.
You go through the amount of stress she was going through,
Well, and her dad was a total cunt.
you're bound to eventually snap and be like, you know what, fuck
Yeah.
everybody.
So was her stepmom. So honestly, like...
Go to hell. I always knock you off.
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't need it.
But yeah.
I gotta pee.
Hold on, Amy. Oh, it's not unhappy. I mean, I don't see any problem with your questions, Anthony. Honestly, a lot of these topics are the things that Nick and I discussed our first conversation together. Both. Hell, both. For anyone who has not actually looked into more than some of the documentaries touching on Eileen's early life, her early life was bullshit. And I think the probability is that at least the first murder, if not maybe the first two, because they were a fair amount of time apart, were defense. But then she realized that it was gratifying in some way, empowering, and also an easier way to get the money and so on and so forth. So I think she's both. As an author, I mean, his favorite author is King. I love Poe. He loves Poe. I'd honestly go Poe first and then King, just simply because not only are Poe's horror stories more psychologically thrilling and don't end in an alien experience, which is fine. I love King, don't get me wrong. But they are just all psychological but
horror novels is not even fair because Poe didn't write novels.
No, he wrote short stories, though.
Stories.
But I'm just saying, and also Poe doesn't necessarily use too many words. King can be quite loquacious. And I like Clive Barker.
Clive Barker's a good...
I mean, his horror novels, Clive Barker, 100%.
Jack Kevorkian humanist or serial killer? Both.
Yeah. Again, it's a both, because I think the idea of euthanasia, I agree with you, but I don't think that he was always just doing the humane thing. I now need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Who was the recent person that got in trouble for lots of euthanasias? Because that person,
I don't know.
I didn't think was a serial killer. That person I actually thought was trying to do the right thing.
I feel like if you were legit paying people, or if you're being paid by the people, Derby Kuntz or Odd Thomas, I agree. I don't believe euthanasia is necessarily a wrong thing. I just think it has to be something that's 100% fully and surely agreed on, and they have to be in their right mind to do so. But I also think that also, walks a fine line in that somebody may, I don't know, think what they're doing is right at the person, giving the euthanasia, but then start, doing it to people that aren't necessarily wanting that. What up, BP? Never heard of Odd Thomas. And I've tried to read Kuntz. I'm not as big a fan of the way he writes as I am of King. How you doing, EP? We're having a fun little Q&A for our 1-year dating anniversary. Right now I'm mowing down some cheese because it looked good. Edgar Allan Poe. What story of his would I like to see turned into an actual horror movie? I'd have to go with... I want to see an actual full-blown horror movie based around the Telltale Heart.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That would probably be the one Poe story that I think would make an excellent horror movie if, obviously if done correctly. Anthony asked which Edgar Allan Poe story do we think would make a good horror movie.
Yeah.
He said Cthulhu. I'm not as big a fan of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Seven Dust.
I love Seven Dust.
Don't know. Never heard of them.
Haha.
Well, I've never heard them. I've heard of them.
Right.
But...
Yeah, exactly, Hell. I do read Coons. I do. Oh, I was going to show him. I can't necessarily reach our gifts to each other.
Oh.
If you guys hadn't spotted them. He got me the Ghost Key from Lock and Key, which is one of my favorite graphic novels. And no, we haven't watched the Netflix series yet because they had to change some shit.
And I'm not happy about the changes.
No.
And then she got me this hand-woven Sam.
It's crochet from Trick or Treat.
From Trick or Treat.
But it's a Valentine's Day one.
Which is adorable.
And it's a voodoo doll. His little lollipop is actually a stick pin. Okay, Anthony, but you're also talking about, like...
Well, hold on.
The time.
EP asked one more question. If I covered any song in the world, what would we want it to be?
In the world?
In the world.
Damn.
Now, this is what's hard, EP. I try to think of things that are not metal, that I would like to see you turn into metal.
Right.
Because it would be easy for me to sit here and say anything from Ice Nine Kills' new album.
The Silver Scream.
The Silver Scream, which is slowly turning into one of my favorite albums of all time. I won't say slowly. It's quickly.
However, it's already metal.
But it's already metal. Hold on, I gotta look up the name of the song. I know the band.
I'm almost thinking I'd like to see you do an 8 Graves song. Aw, that's fucking sweet. He's a Sag.
I'm a Sagittarius. Okay, so I have one of two options. If we're doing it together, if we're voting together, I would personally like to see him metalize Right Next to You.
Oh, God. If you're doing it as a gift to us, that's like our song.
There's a song by The Hound and the Fox, I think is what their names are. And
I think it's Fox and the Hound.
I think it's Hound and Fox because
Really?
I think they did it backwards so people didn't confuse
okay.
them with Fox and the Hound. It's called Hound and Fox, Hound and the Fox, and the "and" is a plus symbol,
Yeah,
is a plus symbol, and it's called Right Next to You, and it's a song that they made as a couple.
it's Morticia and...
They're Morticia and Gomez Adams.
But it's a...
It's a beautiful song, though. If I had a personal choice, it would be... Face Down by Red Jumpsuit Apparatus.
That's a good one.
That would be my personal pick.
That would be fun, Ashish.
I don't know why that song
Lakshya, I don't
sticks
know
with me
that
for
we've
so long.
listened to enough. I mean, I've really liked Broda V and Krishna.
How about covering Barbie Girl? That would be funny. Best Indian rapper.
Thank you, EP. That's really sweet. The only problem that I can think about Rot Next to You is that it is a couple singing.
Yeah, you'd have to do it with your wife. Which I'm also for. I'm just saying.
Right.
There's also my favorite Indian rapper is probably sound-wise Brada V
So far.
so far.
Yeah.
With Krishna being a very close second. Like they kind of
That's
go
what I
hand
said.
in hand for
Yeah.
me in terms of just their sound.
Just so far, though.
But that's just so far. I know there's a lot more to discover.
I mean, I've really enjoyed Fatal as well. So
The only one we've heard so far that we were not big into was MC Stan. I was not a big fan of his sound.
however, we have been told to check out more recent stuff of his.
Right.
So again,
That could change as well.
what I was saying is that
Him being racist.
yeah,
Is what
you're
talking about?
talking about societal opinion in the times as well.
Right.
Like, you cannot judge what his thoughts were based on today's standards. From what I've read, his concept of Native Americans and so on and so forth were no different than most people at that point. So,
There's another song that I would love to hear turn into a metal song, but I gotta remember what the name of it is.
now, do I think he should have married his cousin, especially when she was like 13, 14? No. He said we can also DM him.
Right. I think Lifehouse is the band that did it. I'm not 100% sure though. Right, go.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
And at some point here, now that he has a new phone, we are going to think about doing a walkthrough where you guys can actually see our setup, our collections, shit like that.
I don't know. I'll have to look through.
So, okay, 13, 14 was marriageable age back then. What was not considered standard at that point in time was marrying your first cousin, because they did actually understand a little bit about incest at that point. So, he wouldn't have gotten charged for pedophilia. But I do think that there should have been something about the cousin thing.
Yeah.
So far, Hell is, well, and Suzanne, who's not here tonight, are the only people who have seen, and Hell just saw pictures.
It's one of those things too, like she was saying, where like you guys got to remember, the idea of child molestation is still a relatively, in according to like world history, is still a relatively new thing.
Right.
I mean, there was a time where kings were marrying their daughters off
Oh, first menses.
at 9.
Yeah. No. I mean, like, they were bartered before they were born. Like, at birth, they were already
Betrothed.
promised to someone. Yeah, but, like, first menses, so that could be anywhere between 9 to 14. And as soon as those hit, they were like, all right, you can reproduce, off you go. And I've actually gotten pretty much everything done at this point. I just need to finish organizing my art supplies, and then we would be able to show it off without crap everywhere. Oh yeah, they were political bartering tools.
Right.
And it didn't matter how poor you were. Like, if you were really poor, you couldn't afford to feed all 8 children that you had, and so the boys were gonna work and the girls were gonna be sold off. Oh yeah. They tried a whole hell of a lot to try and buy Cortez off. And he still decimated the people. I mean, like, can I understand what they were trying to accomplish with royal incest? Yes. Do I understand it subjectively speaking? Like,
That's not it.
was it? Yeah, it's still yucky. Exactly. Labor.
I'll have to go through and find it.
And honestly, with the whole dowry thing, like selling your daughter off, like, if you had a whole bunch of sons, can you imagine the dowry that you could accumulate as parents? Because even the sons didn't have full rights to it.
And I feel like, again, we spend a lot of time looking back and criticizing
Right.
even 5 to 10 years ago compared to what today is, and it's a completely different world. I mean, for a lot of us, it's hard to understand that because
Right.
so many of us have been, well, a few of us at least, have been alive for 30 plus years.
Right. Well, I mean, if you
And-
just look at like tweets where people are like, I remember the days when you can judge that like pop culture has changed enough that we have different viewpoints.
Right. So, like, some prime examples, like, how many times have we seen somebody getting canceled because of something they did 16, 17 years ago
Right.
on national TV that at the time was considered okay for comedy?
Right.
Prime example, Sarah Silverman was just recently attempted to be canceled because she'd cracked jokes on Britney 15 years ago during an award show that at the time people thought it was funny, but now with everything going on with Britney, people are like, oh,
Right.
that was wrong and mean. And it's like, yeah, but at the
Right.
time, it was a completely different time. It's a different mindset.
Anthony, I don't think they should even make it. I think that once they have been proven guilty, it's off with their heads, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, general population, if not, well, you know, and make sure everybody knows what they did.
I would go with more spiritual than religious, Amy Lee. I have beliefs. I believe in God. But organized religion, I feel, is one of the many downfalls of humanity and society. So many people try to take religion and use it as a way to force people into things or use their religion as an excuse.
It's a society. Okay, even if it did start off as truth, it has become a societal construct.
Right.
And we as people will always fuck everything up. It's what humanity does best.
It's like how many people have, how many times have, how many times have
At least.
the Catholics in the history of the world, how many times have Catholics waged war on people because they didn't believe in God? How many times have the extreme Islamic side of things done terrorist acts because they believe they're right and everyone's wrong?
The triple threat, which would be Islam, Orthodox, Judaism, and
Catholicism.
Christianity. All of them are warmongers. Okay. No. And here's why. There are records of what Stoker actually had access to and what he had available. He actually did see stuff on Elizabeth Bathory, who was a countess, who did live in the area of Transylvania at this time. It's no longer considered that, and she did loosely, the accounts are that she used young women's blood to remain young. Vlad the Impaler, who was a cousin of hers, but he wasn't a count. He was a warlord, and he did use the impaling method, but other than Dracula, there was no tie. He probably saw the word Dracula somewhere, because it's son of the devil, son of the dragon. So he probably saw that name somewhere, and because originally it was like vampire or something like that was what he was going to go with, and then changed it. But it is more likely that it was loosely based around Elizabeth Bathory's sort of mythology versus... And I don't know that he was a psycho, Miles. He was a warlord going against the Magyar Empire. He had been a captive that actually his father had given him away to try and keep the peace. And he was badly abused, went back, took his place. The whole impaling thing was to
warn
impede...
people.
Yeah, it was to scare the shit out of the oncoming army, and it worked. It was
if you want to go, if you're going psychos that enjoy death, I would go with Genghis Khan. He is somebody that legit enjoyed just killing people
and fathered like races.
Yeah, fathered whole nations.
Right, exactly. And we don't know that she bathed in blood. Like, again,
it's rumored she did.
She had money and power and clout, and the king of the time owed her a lot of money. She had property. And so was she vindictively abusive to her servants? Absolutely. She enjoyed torture. Did she have psychological mental problems? Absolutely. She was a narcissist. She was absolutely sadistic. But on the other hand, the whole bathing in blood thing, I think, was a ploy to get her locked up so that they could rightfully take over at least the debt that was owed to her. They didn't have to pay her. No, I don't follow her. I should, actually. And now that I know that she fucks around with her cats, I will. Well, I mean, he would have all of his opponents impaled and then dying on the battlefield. So whether or not he used that as a viewing background is debatable. But would you eat while you're on the battlefield? I'm pretty sure you would.
If you're going in an open battle, I'm assuming you meant battle in that bottle, between Vlad and Genghis, I think Genghis would win in a one-on-one fight.
Right.
I think Vlad's terror was more of what he did after the battles were done.
Well, he was trying to. Yeah, it was a psychological.
It was a psychological thing, whereas Genghis Khan was actually out there in the thick of things all the time, killing people himself,
Right.
fucking them up. Favorite historic character? Do they have to be real?
Well, I think that's mine would be Elizabeth Bathory. And again, I wrote an entire forensic profile paper on her for my thesis in my BS for psychology. And that's just kind of how she became that. Not necessarily. Well, I enjoy the mythology around her too. It's good fun.
My favorite historic character of all time is a ninja by the name of Kato Danzo.
I thought you were going to go with that.
Okay, so let me tell you the story. I was getting ready to play a game called Final Fantasy XIV. And I was getting ready to play it online, and I knew that the class I eventually wanted to become was a ninja. So I looked up online famous ninjas in the history of the world, and the number one, I don't remember what his name was, but number two was Kato Danzo, which I'd never heard of Kato Danzo at that point. I looked him up, and I started reading about him, and he was this ninja who he's believed to be the first ninja to use quote-unquote mystical arts, which I'm sure a lot of it had to do with using smoke bombs to disappear, things of that nature.
The magic black powder.
So Kato was looking to become or was looking to join the emperor at the time in the area that he was in. I don't remember which dynasty it was, but he was looking to become one of the. I think he was just trying to join the army. And the guy, the ruler at the time, had told him, he was like, "All right, so here's what we're gonna do. In order for you to join my army, you're gonna have to come here on this day." And he gave him a specific day. And was like, and you're going to have to both find and steal a specific item. And he told him what the item was. So the king had already known, or the ruler, whatever the fuck they were called then.
Emperor.
The emperor had already known that what day he was going to be coming. And what he was going to be coming to steal. So he had knowledge of where to put people to make sure that didn't happen. And Kato Danzo not only went in and stole the item without being seen, he also kidnapped the king's wife, or the emperor's. One of them. He kidnapped one of the emperor's wives, and made it out. Didn't cause her any harm, but just wanted to prove how good he was.
Prove a point
at what he did. So the king not only let him join the army, he made him one of his generals. Now, sadly. Or probably not so sadly, honestly. Kato tried to betray the emperor, and the emperor had him killed. But
I mean,
it was a fun story. I was like, this is fucking crazy that shit like this actually happened.
Now, in terms of mythological characters, I find stories like Medusa absolutely fascinating. Again, it's why I don't believe in the complete vilification of Elizabeth Bathory. Do I think that she was messed up? Yes. Do I think that she necessarily bathed in blood? No. Because, again, you have stories like Medusa where she is this fantastical monster that turns men into stone, yada yada, but most people forget that she started out as a priestess acolyte in a temple and got raped by Poseidon. And then when the goddess found out that she had been raped, she didn't blame Poseidon. She didn't go after Poseidon. Instead, she turned Medusa into a Gorgon. So, we have bullshit like that, yeah.
Who do we think was a better general? Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, or Sun Tzu? I'd probably go with Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu. I mean...
Julius Caesar's the worst out of the three of them.
Yeah.
Anybody willing to think that they're so good they don't have to heed the warnings that are going on around them?
Right. Well, and
deserved every little bit
Sun
of
Tzu was actually almost working independently. I mean, he wrote the whole guide to war, but like the others may have been great leaders, but they were also very reliant on their generals and stuff for.
And the one the biggest reason I will say Sun Tzu was the best general out of the three of them is he was such a mastermind at tactical warfare. Like, he wrote a book of all the ways to win in tactical warfare that generals from armies of all over the world used for years on out, and still to this day study and use for tactical warfare.
Right. I've seen it. I haven't seen it recently, so I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. I saw it a long time ago.
Yeah, we've been sitting here talking about Elizabeth Bathory.
I mean,
I don't know. I think Sun Tzu tactically is better than Julius.
Yeah.
It's and again, Julius Caesar's political feelings
Were kind of his strategy.
Were kind of his
Or
not just his strategy.
Directly affected.
But like, such a badass in that movie.
Well, then I am even more flattered.
The problem is Caesar was being warned that shit was going to happen.
Yeah.
And he completely ignored it because he thought he was so high up that nothing was going to happen to him. And that was, like, inevitably his downfall. Like,
right.
If you're being warned shit's about to happen and you're so high up on yourself, I don't know.
Right.
To be a good ruler and to be a good general, you have to be able to take everything into account and make wise decisions from there on.
Right.
Have you guys ever watched 300 Rise? I've never watched 300 Rise of an Empire. I watched the first 300 movie. It was a good movie.
Like I said, I saw it a while ago, so.
I never. Well,
I don't remember
Rise of an Empire was the sequel.
Yeah, but I don't remember. It was probably not one of the movies I was allowed to talk through.
To be fair, we all do that. I mean,
to a certain degree, yeah.
It is a human fault.
Yeah. You're clicking your pen like crazy again.
I am.
Yeah.
I can't help myself.
Well, you could put the pen down.
I could. Overlooked the Spartans, but definitely. I honestly think overconfidence is a lot of people's biggest downfalls. Sorry.
Hector. Achilles was an ass.
Never watched Troy. Could not give an answer.
Well, honestly, pretty much anybody over Brad Pitt, unless we're talking Snatch. Because his Romney... that was incredible.
I don't know who Eric Banana is.
I still need to do that, Char.
Banana.
Yeah, that's misread lyrics again. Like, that's fine.
No, I purposely do it at this point.
I know.
If somebody has a name I can twist and turn it into a completely different word, like Leo Ravioli,
that's one of my favorites because it changes almost every time.
It's either ravioli or macaroni, one of the two.
Right? He's the Hulk.
True. Oh.
Yeah.
Eric Bana the Hulk. No.
It's not Bana. I don't think I've seen it. I might have seen Munich.
I don't think Eric Bana played the Hulk. Mark Ruffalo plays him now.
Right.
The person that played him before was the dude from American History X, Edward Norton. And then the only Hulk before him that I know was the old Lou Ferrigno Hulk.
Yeah, he did. Okay. Which one was the 2003 one? What was it called?
I have to look that up.
So honestly, there was this whole theory that was written by the son of a doctor in the area of the Black Dahlia in the LA area. And as far as theories go to this day, it is the one that makes the most sense. As theories go. Obviously, there's not a whole hell of a lot of theories, but...
Fun fact, I never watched this Hulk movie.
Huh. She is, but she's cute.
As a matter of fact, the only reason I watched Edward Norton's Hulk is because I found out it was technically in the MCU. So.
Although, I like Edward Norton.
I liked Edward Norton's
American
Bruce Banner.
History X was amazing.
Honestly.
I'm terrible when it comes to names, guys.
Like, I think Edward Norton in general is just a very underrated actor.
He's an incredible actor.
And I think he's fantastic.
Yeah.
There's not too many different roles he can't pull off.
Right. Well, I mean, American History X is like so contrary to his actual personality that was.
Now, American History X is my favorite movie he's in, and I think it's a really, really good movie.
Right. Favorite horror actress?
Nancy Thompson. Not Nancy. That's not her name.
I know who you're talking about though.
Heather Langenkamp, the chick that plays Nancy in the original Nightmare on Elm Street movies,
and also in Dream Warriors.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man. I am really liking the chick that plays in The Conjuring as Loretta. Is that her name? Warren.
Lorraine, I think is her name. Hold on. Let me.
I mean, it's a terrible movie. I mean, it's a fantastic movie on a terrible subject, but yeah.
Yeah, her name's Lorraine Warren.
Lorraine Warren.
Played by Vera Farmiga.
Okay, so I'm really, really liking her. But Jamie Lee Curtis.
Well, Jamie Lee Curtis is the original Scream Queen.
Is all-time favorite, yeah.
What do I think of her? I think she is the Scream Queen. Like, as we were just saying as I was looking that up. My only problem is...
Yeah, Fight Club, he's fantastic in that, too.
My biggest problem with the Halloween franchise is they cannot figure out a timeline to fucking follow.
Yeah, but that's the movie, not her.
Well, that's where my problem with her comes. So you have the original first couple of movies.
Right.
When she was, just starting off young.
Right.
And she played very scared. And then they went with a different timeline. I think it was like after 3 or after 4 that was supposed to take place after 2, which kind of changed her into this more badass personality.
Right.
And then they changed the timeline again for Halloween 2018, where, she still plays a badass, But now she's playing like this really intelligent badass where she's got this whole trap set up for Mike.
Right. Although, Sigourney Weaver as Ripley.
I don't like the Alien movies.
I know you don't like the Alien movies, but she's a fucking badass. So, I mean, original horror badass, I'd have to go with her. I like the original Scream movie. And Neve Campbell is really good. Here's the problem that I have. Again, if I'm going to pick a horror movie actress, I don't like wimps. And while she played the character perfectly, Sydney is a fucking wuss. So, I mean...
Now, don't get it twisted. I own the Alien movies. I'm just not a fan of them. So here's my thing. I love sci-fi movies. I love horror movies. I don't like sci-fi horror.
Right.
Because it always equates to one thing. We're trapped on this ship with something that's trying to kill us.
Right.
That's almost every sci-fi
Except
horror
for,
movie.
you know...
Except for...
She
Predator.
has, like... She's just like, come get me, bitch. You know? I mean, she does a fantastic job. And I can understand her vacillating between being scared shitless, horrified, but also being a badass. You know, whereas, you know, you get, like, your Neve Campbell's, and it's just a whole bunch of, like, they have perma duck face, almost, like, surprised face. She's just, I mean, like, yes, I thought it was good, don't get me wrong, but she's...
Well...
And, again, you see her in Craft, and Neve Campbell is a good actress, but they, like, pigeonholed her. So she's the wuss in the Craft, too. She's, like, the pushover. I don't know.
Good job. I'm so glad you know a Krishna song title. So, there's also...
I don't know which one that is, Shar.
There are rules to every exception for me. Like, so sci-fi horror, I typically don't like sci-fi horror. But I do like the Predator movies. But again, a lot of those take place in wide open spaces. It's not, we're trapped on this ship with something.
Right, that's true. That's true. Well, because they got to get the hunt on. I love the Predator movies. And if you were going to ask, I prefer Predator over Alien. I do prefer Sigourney Weaver over all of them. So I kind of wish that she was in the Predator movies because I enjoy the Predator movies more.
And I also really liked the original, very first Pitch Black movie.
Right.
I was not a fan of
Pitch Black,
I was not a fan of the sequels. I'm not a fan of like the Riddick Chronicles.
See, I liked the Chronicles of Riddick, not nearly as much as Pitch Black. Not nearly as much. Pitch Black was fantastic. I don't think I've seen the cartoon, whatever the third one was. That wasn't.
I think it was just called Riddick.
Yeah, but it wasn't like.
So yeah, I mean there are some sci-fi horror movies I like, but.
This version.
Who do you think is going to be this generation's version of Jamie Lee Curtis?
Who's the young chick that was the daughter in American Horror Story? That's been in every season since.
I don't remember what her name is, but I know who you're talking about.
She's brunette. Whoever that is fantastic.
I also think we're also a little too early to be picking out like this generation's versions of things, because usually you don't know this generation's versions of things until the next generation.
Right.
Like.
Well, that's why I picked her, because she's in her 20s now at least. So I mean, it would have been last generation, but
I could definitely see that. I also like the chick that plays Nancy in the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
Okay. Yeah, she was good.
I just don't remember what her name is. And I also don't know if she does a whole lot. Also, the chick...
there's a couple...
The chick in Happy Death Day.
Oh, okay. I don't know that one. Because, again, I'm guessing we're going with younger actresses since we're... And also, here's the thing, is that they are being more careful about trading actresses between franchises at this point. Because they're more recognizable. So...
Jessica Roth is the chick that plays the main chick in Happy Death Day.
Right.
I think she's in her 30s.
Yeah.
Who played the orphan
Hey, Xanon.
in the movie Orphan? Isabel Fuhrman. She was born in 97.
20s.
So she's in her early 20s.
Yeah, we were doing a Q&A. Kind of, sort of winding down a little bit.
Zenon! What
So
up,
yeah,
though?
if you have any questions, go ahead.
Yes, we're doing Q&As. What are our favorites of things? It started off as a game, but the game was failing miserably as a game.
I mean, it wasn't failing. It just, it was a waste of paper, first of all.
It was fun to realize how much we knew about each other and what little we didn't.
I mean, it was all the petty shit that we didn't know. Oh, that's funny.
So if you have a question you would like to know about HellaDepraved, let us know.
You missed the whole, serial killer theory, conspiracy.
We've talked about a lot of things. Ghosts, serial killers, death penalty,
Right.
abortion. I have never seen Orphan Black.
Me neither.
Favorite non-horror book genre? Same thing for the movies. I don't have one because I don't read anything that's not horror, book-wise. If I had a close second, if there was a close... fantasy? Lord of the Rings type stuff?
Yeah. So, I mean, my favorite author writes high fantasy intrigue. So they're kind of spy type novels, but they almost always have a strong female front. They always have some sort of spiritual, religious aspect, but it's a fantasy made-up type deal. It's a world of her own creation. My favorite series, the lead female, the heroine, is a courtesan. I mean...
Now, technically, I've been reading the Assassin's Creed books, and them have been fun so far.
Right.
The one in...
So those are
pages.
fantasy. The ones that I read are high fantasy. Because Assassin's Creed takes place in the real world.
Movie-wise, though, my second favorite kind of movies is superhero movies. That's an easy one.
If I'm not watching horror movies... Baby, you are going to unplug my phone. We do like Jason Bourne a lot.
I like the Jason Bourne movies, never read the books.
We said it at the same time. Because we were saving it to say to each other in person.
Right. I don't know, me writing it in the card I was going to give you.
Oh, right.
I don't know. It was pretty much
But
at the same time.
I think it happened before that even. Almost immediately. We were kind of trying to wait.
Well, right. I had already got the card, though. That's what I was saying. I had the
that's-
cards filled out before I even
true.
flew out there.
I licked him first.
She licked me first.
By a couple seconds.
But superhero movies, especially the MCU, I watch DC as well, but I don't enjoy them as much.
I mean, I'd have to say thriller movies. I don't know. I really like Long Kiss Goodnight, the Jason Bourne movies,
Jason Bourne is amazing.
Kiss the Girls.
Hey, she likes Boondock Saints too.
I do. I told this story at the beginning, so now it's your turn.
Okay. So, how do we meet? So, I had been doing reactions for a while where a lot of what I focused on was country hip-hop. It was shortly after, it started around the time Upchurch and Screw got into their beef. And then I started getting into country hip-hop because, again, while I don't live the country lifestyle, I understood the lifestyle, and I felt like breakdown-wise, it was being done some injustice. Because urban hip-hop listeners don't understand what it's like to live in the country. And living in Indiana, we're kind of like half country, half city. So we get a little bit of it all. So I was doing a lot of reactions to like Upchurch, Adam Calhoun,
Right.
and people of that nature. And somebody was pestering me constantly, which I am thankful for in the long run. But his name was Daktar. And
is Daktar.
yeah, his name is Daktar. We still talk to him. Just not as much as we used to.
Yeah.
But Daktar was constantly pressuring me to join the bar Discord. And we joined roughly around the same time. I finally gave in. I don't know how
Me
long
too.
she was being pressured.
About 2 months.
But she gave in. I gave in within a day of each other.
Yeah.
I think. And so she joined first, and then I joined in the next day. And I kind of hung out and didn't say much for most of the conversation. I'd chime in because for me, when public talking, I don't like interrupting people. And when you have groups of people in Discord, you kind of have to say stuff. So I was very quiet. Eventually, it started to die down a little bit, and it ended up just being me, her, and a couple other females that were in there.
And then eventually just the two of us.
Which is when I started talking. And then eventually it was just the two of us. And we ended up, our first conversation was a 5-hour conversation on horror movies and serial killers.
I haven't been following either. Now that the Discord is no longer a thing, like, we talk to Daktar every now and then, but yeah.
But, so yeah, that's where we...
Xanon joined within a few days.
Yep. That's where her and I inevitably met. We talked quite a bit. It got to the point where both of us would kind of avoid going into Discord unless the other one was there because we just enjoyed each other's company that much. We were both also on the tail end of our respective relationships / marriages. She was married. I was in a relationship. And we both actually just happened to become single on the same day. It was not planned.
I don't think you can plan. Well, I mean, one could, but
she ended up
asking for a divorce.
Asking for her divorce, and then I ended up getting into an argument with the girl I was with at the time, and was like, "Look, I'm done. I can't fucking do it anymore."
Yeah.
Which meant we talked even more, and
actually, like, just the two of us.
Right.
Because before, like, even when he says we were talking for 5 hours together, like, that was an open channel where anybody could have joined at any time.
Right.
So.
But it was on this day specifically a year ago that I flew out to Texas.
And we met in person.
She lived in New Mexico. I flew out to Texas because it was cheaper to fly to Texas than it was New Mexico.
Well, and where I was staying was actually closer to Amarillo, yeah.
But yeah, so I flew to Amarillo, and we stayed in a hotel there for...
It's like 8 days.
It was about, 8 days, because I came in on Saturday, left on Sunday.
Yeah.
So yeah, I stayed there for 8 days, and then, yeah.
Yep.
She flew out about a month later. As far as dominant, neither of us are dominant. We just roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, happens.
I mean, and it's gonna vary on, like, what we're doing, who we think has, I don't know, better grasp on, you know?
Actually, that has not been asked.
At all.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
To further flesh out the dominant one, she is more dominant in our TV watching.
Then again, I have a longer
That's-
list of dislikes.
Well, honestly, it has more to do with I can fall asleep to anything.
Oh, well, yeah.
She has a hard
You do
time.
pick, like, the movies we watch more, and that's mostly because I haven't seen a lot of stuff.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, like...
It was, like, a 1-star hotel, so...
Yeah, it was a 1-star
I mean-
hole-in-the-wall fucking motel.
But, hey, Metal Ryan.
What up, Metal Ryan? What do we
Black
do?
Swan is fucking fantastic.
What do we do outside of YouTube?
I mean, he works.
I work 8 to 10 hour a day job, Monday through Friday, occasionally on Saturdays. Although every 3 months it's almost a guarantee on Saturdays.
If not Sundays as well. Yeah.
If I'm not working and we're not doing so our daily routine is typically I wake up. Most of the time I wake up about an hour before it's time to walk out the door.
I wake him up.
And yeah, she wakes me up. If that doesn't happen, then it's because I woke up on the first alarm and I'm up
Right.
and can't get back to sleep. But I wake up, I go to work, I come home, we talk about our days. Usually I start talking to my mom.
Or my mom, or my best friends.
Or her mom, or her best friends, and I talk about the stupid shit from work. Usually arguing with the Delta. That's how that goes.
Right.
And then, yeah, I don't even get mad at the people I personally work with. I get mad at the people we work with as a company. Like, our company works in the same building with another company, and we work together. And that's usually most of my aggravation.
Mm-hmm.
But we come home, we talk for about 20 minutes, and then one of two things happens. Either we go take a shower, or we start recording. And then when we're done, we might watch a movie.
Right.
I might go to sleep.
I'm a big reader.
She reads.
I read a lot.
Board games is the thing. That's a fun thing I try to do every now and again on the weekends.
Try and hook up with some friends and do that.
Video games.
Once I get all of my stuff, I enjoy crafting a lot. I do beadwork. I mean, I do a little of everything.
My favorite actor of all time is actually Inception. Leonardo DiCaprio is my favorite actor of all time. Which is funny because he used to be the one I hated the most.
Titanic.
Because of Titanic. Titanic ruined him for me. And
Right.
then I watched a lot of his other movies and was like, this dude is actually really fucking good.
Right.
I do care, Ralph.
And
I
no, we
care a lot.
haven't been to a concert yet. We will at some point.
Like I
I
said,
love going to concerts.
90% of my aggravation is what a Delta does to us.
Yeah.
The other 10% of my aggravation is Ralph liking 6ix9ine.
What? Yeah, I oil paint. I draw. I bead. I have a big plan for a mixed media thing that I'm going to work on, which will be painting and working with clay. And once it's done, if I like how it turned out, I'll show you guys.
For those of you that don't know, the R Pounds is one of my coworkers.
Yeah.
In terms of with the whole COVID thing, we haven't gone out to see. Honestly, we don't.
Every time I see him pop up, all I can think of is pound puppies. I'm sorry.
We don't. We wouldn't honestly hit a lot of concerts either, though.
No, I'm a
It's-
big homebody.
Yeah, we're both homebodies. Like, I don't even like leaving the house to see my friends, and I love my friends. I don't like leaving the house. I like being in my four walls because at any given time, if I need to pee, I don't worry about, or shit for that matter, I don't have to worry about fucking up somebody else's bathroom.
I also just, like, don't like being around a whole bunch of people, honestly. Like, and with the fibro being in pain, like, I know where everything is here. I know where my heating pad is. Like, I have access to everything. I have no problem with spiders. None.
To answer your question, Carmen, her.
He does. Big time.
I won't kill your eardrums again tonight like I did last night, but
Yeah.
I scream like a little girl when spiders are involved.
And I have no problem with them. In fact, I used to be a vet tech that provided vet care at a locally owned pet store that actually sold pets, and I used to show off the tarantulas.
You're an asshole.
As well as scorpions and such. I don't have a problem handling any of that shit.
No.
Not my biggest fit, but like I'm not a huge fan of it. Like I don't like them throwing bodily hairs at me and shit like that. They prick. Don't like it. But on the flip side, like they don't scare me whatsoever.
My two biggest physical fears in life are spiders and heights. And I've come to the conclusion if I'm dangling from the edge of a cliff off of a rope and spiders are crawling down the rope, I'm fucked.
Yeah, you better hope I'm there.
Just saying.
Honestly, I've been asked like what is my biggest fear before, and I it's hard for me to answer. Like I just don't really have things that freak, because I've dealt with a lot of them.
And again, I'm not 100% sure. So, here's the thing. I know where my fear of spiders comes from. My fear of spiders comes from an incident when I was a kid. I was riding a bicycle underneath a tree. And I actually had probably close to about 30 spiders. They were either in a web that had been made from the tree to the ground that I was riding underneath, or they jumped in unison.
Right.
But I had about 30 spiders land on me, and it scared the shit out of me.
No, I mean, like, I have things that I absolutely detest, like ticks. Fucking hate them. Am I scared of them? No. Like, will I deal with them? If I absolutely have to and no one else is around, yes. I used to breed snakes, and I used to do rattlesnake rescue, so again, Xanon, that's not really a thing.
What was the heights thing? I don't understand where that came from, but it does freak me out. And what's funny too is I'm not even necessarily afraid of death. Like, it's gonna happen to all of us.
Right.
So dying does not scare me. Manners of which it's going to happen definitely do.
Right.
I'm also kind of afraid of drowning. That would be a terrible way to go.
I don't see, yeah, again, swimming in any circumstances. Like, I mean, like, if you told me
Swimming doesn't scare me.
something is, like, in there, like, a specific something, yeah, maybe that would, but again, I don't know.
Metal closets and mirrors. Yeah, nothing supernatural scares me. I've gone to the Waverly Hills Sanitarium, which is supposedly haunted.
Right.
And just walked around. I didn't get any sort of uneasy feeling. Like that type of like supernatural stuff just doesn't like make me. If anything,
No.
I'm that dumb white person. It's like, hey, there was a noise. What was that?
What was it? Let's go explore.
Let's go find it.
I've been in a lot of, like, gone to a lot of ruins, a lot of places where supernatural things have supposedly taken place. You know, I'm just not. Again, it's one of those things. I have been asked multiple times since starting this with you, like, what am I afraid of? Like, I really don't have anything that I can think of that's just like, I really don't know. I mean, like, the only thing that I know that there needs to be some fear of is people. And it's not like I'm an anxious wreck when I go out in public or meet new people or anything like that, but am I jaded and suspicious as fuck of people at this point? Yeah. You know? So I don't know how to answer that. Mm-hmm.
I had an outer body experience once too. Kind of freaked my mom out.
Don't stick yourself on that. That pin, like, she sharpened that toothpick, I swear to God. It's meant to be a little
It's a normal toothpick.
voodoo pin. I stuck myself bad.
I would say the out of body experience I had was well, I won't necessarily say it was funny. It was weird. What are we pointing at me for? Who farted first? Me. So there was a show my mom and I would watch together periodically. I didn't catch every episode. But it came on after WWE Monday Night Raw on the USA Network, and it was called White Collar. Was it White Collar? The one that had the thief in it.
Pretty sure you're thinking White Collar.
I think it's White Collar.
Yeah.
Like, the main guy was a thief who all of a sudden started working with the feds to steal things of importance. But then he also kept trying to get... I don't know. It was a weird show. It was fun, though. But her... Like, I would watch wrestling, and then she would come in and watch that show with me. And then one night, I actually went to bed right after wrestling was over, and I at least thought I was dreaming. But I had gotten up out of bed and walked in and sat next to my mom and watched that episode of White Collar. It was a new episode, and I remembered a lot of the details, like specifically what he was wearing, and things like that. And then after it was over, I didn't say anything to my mom. After it was over, I even remember like being like, "Good night, Mom," and then her not saying anything back. And then I went and laid back down and went to sleep, and then woke up and came out to talk to her about it, and she was like, I was like, "That was a really good episode." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Of White Collar." She was like, "You were in bed." I was like, "Nah, he was wearing this and doing this, and this happened."
Like, what the fuck?
And she's like, no, you were not there."
Right? How do you know?
That was fun.
Yeah, hell, like, I have gotten so used to the medical scene at this point. I mean, working it as a vet tech, but also having fibro. I don't have a problem with blood. They are idiots. They are absolutely idiots.
You were all idiots.
Yeah. My favorite problem with the medical community, and I get it, I do, but like, so you get someone who's terrified of needles, but they absolutely have to either give blood or get shots, and they pass out. Medically, legally, you are not allowed to take their blood or give them the shots while they are assed out. Problem is, you have to wait for them to wake up, use smelling salts, whatever, and then go at them again.
At which point they pass back out.
Correct. Or they just have a complete and utter breakdown.
Blindfold them.
It's the anxiety that does it to them. I mean, some people, it is the visual, in which case you have them look away, whatever, but, you know, like, I'm of the opinion, like, if it's vaccines, for example, fucking give it to them while they're out. You know? I mean, do not put them through all of this anxiety just to do that. I will say the one thing that at this point gives me anxiety is driving. I used to love driving. There's a couple reasons for it. First of all, I haven't had my car out here. I mean, it's either going to have to be shipped or we're going to have to wait for the pandemic to settle down so that we can fly out there, drive it back. So I have driven the same car since I was 16. And it is very hard for me to adjust to a different car now. Part of it is I drive a Camaro, and it's a lot lower to the ground than other cars, any other car. So there's that, plus the fact that I've driven the exact same car for 22 years at this point, 23 years.
Nice.
Also, with fibro and aging and exhaustion, all of that, my night vision is not the greatest. My eyes are also super sensitive just in general at this point. So dealing with, night vision specifically is a problem. I see a lot of the rainbow kind of auras around everything, and it makes it very hard, especially with the new high beams and stuff for me. Because I'm not driving myself around here. I mean, there's COVID, so I really wouldn't be driving much anyway, but I don't really know my way around per se, so that gives me some anxiety, especially when his mom like needed me to drive her to a doctor's appointment because of a procedure they were going to do. And it's on the freeway here, and it's a good 25 minutes away. Like, that makes me very nervous, especially since it's her car. So, I mean, it's not a fear, but...
Did you read what Amy said? Nothing's wrong with her.
Oh, my God.
She's a pussy that just passed out.
Okay.
Nothing is wrong with her.
I have a wicked scar on my chin, and the reason is I have split it open twice. My mom is like you, hell. So, the first time, I was with a babysitter, and I was 3-ish, and I was standing on the seat of a chair, kind of like clinging to the back. The chair flipped over, cracked my chin open on the tile. My mom got home, she met the babysitter at the doctor, saw me passed out. They had to call my dad at work because they had my mom in one room with the smelling salts trying to revive her, and they had me papoosed in the other room waiting to be stitched up because they needed someone to sign off on it. Luckily, it was like my lifetime pediatrician, and so I knew him, blah, blah, blah. The second time, my mom took my friend and I to a park, and it was a spiral metal slide, and I was climbing up the slide, and my friend decided to come down it, knocked me off, and I cut my chin open, I split it open, in the sand, and she had to jam the towel that she was using as a blanket on my chin, stick me in the far back of the car so that she could take my friend home. We got there, and my friend's mom had to give my mom cold ice water and an ice pack for the back of her neck while she phoned my dad at work so that he could come get me and take me in. And at that point, I didn't care. I mean, like, I had a gaping chin wound, was bleeding everywhere, and was off playing with my friends when Dad came and picked me up. The only thing that I got some mental scarring from over that particular event was I was already in school, and the stitches they put in my chin were black, and, you know, they left them long for cutting purposes, and I got made fun of big time. Big time. So...
Now, people getting hurt does not freak me out. Overly intense, possible life-altering situations send a weird form of shock through me. And I mean, everybody handles shock. Their shock's a little different. But mine is a way that I've never seen anyone go through. I get quiet, and my mind just fucking leaves. It's like, nope, you're dying. You're done. I'm gone. Prime examples. Or someone's dying. You're done. You're of no help. We're out of here. Couple examples. So, with Sophie,
his daughter,
my daughter, dropped a statue on her head.
She used a unstable bookshelf. It's actually more a shelving system to try and leverage herself as she was standing up, and the statue was on the top, jiggled free, and hit her.
But yeah, so the statue hit her in the head, and I didn't know what to do. I was just like, okay, so you're bleeding profusely from the head, and I'm gonna call your mom. That's what I'm gonna do. So I called her mom.
He was useless.
I was useless. Her mom came and got her, and it wasn't that the blood itself did anything to me. I wasn't like, oh my god, blood. I was more like, her brain's gonna fall out. Like, I don't know what the fuck to... And honestly, she didn't even need anything. I think they ended up going ahead and gluing the top of the head shut.
Whereas I'm the one that would have pulled the super glue out of the drawer, knowing that it was basically the same thing.
Another moment I went into shock is when I lit our stove on fire.
See, now, he comes running into the bedroom at the time, and all he can get out is, babe, stove, fire. And I'm sitting there, like, trying to put a sentence together. Like, I understand...
To be fair, I was holding the fire extinguisher.
Which I didn't see originally. When I heard you say babe, stove, fire, like, I was trying to thread together this story. You stick it in anywhere. That's what she said. But, like, he did not say that the stove is on fire. It was babe, stove,
I thought
fire.
babe, stove, fire was a very, very easy to understand...
Okay, so
hold on. Let's rephrase that. Let's rephrase that. I thought this was easy to understand. Babe, stove, fire.
Except for I wasn't looking at you when you did that. When I did turn around and realize he was holding the fire extinguisher, I was still, like, mentally processing, like, the fuck is he talking about?
Thankfully, the fire went out on its own.
Right, well.
But
I do know what to do if not, but, like...
I've never used a fire extinguisher. I had no clue what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to use that. You would want to use baking powder anyway.
Oh.
Because that would have, you don't want that around your food. On the other hand, like, so I have been in incidents. There was this guy that my roommate at the time let stay at the house we were renting. And since she was the primary on the lease, paid the majority of the bills, she had all the say. And I had told her time and time again, this guy is crazy. Like, he's a whack job. I'm not comfortable with him staying at the place. He would go walk a mile one direction to the Walgreens, steal alcohol. Didn't matter what kind, just a whole bottle of alcohol. And knowing how I felt about him being piss himself drunk, and I do mean that literally, he would drink the whole thing on his way home. So we're talking he would down the entire bottle in 20 minutes. And then proceed to be off the wall, crazy drunk, manic depressive level. So he would either be bouncing off the walls in excitement, or he would be threatening suicide. And then when he did go comatose, he would literally pee himself everywhere. So, I used to have an emergency kit that I had for animals. And I mean, I'm talking like tackle box full. And it was in my car, and it was because I pet sat all the time. I was a veterinary technician, so on and so forth. And I just remember walking out of my room because JJ was yelling for me. And this kid, I call him a kid, he was like 21, 22 at the time, had slashed his wrist. Drunk. So not only was he bouncing off the walls, so he was not staying still, so there was blood everywhere. All over the walls. Everywhere. She had corralled him into the garage. He had a split straight across his wrist that was gaping. And my sympathy level is non-existent at that point. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. If you're going to be that kind of dumbass and put other people through that kind of situation, and it's not like...
You cut the wrong way. Here, let me help you.
Right. So anyway, I just go grab my box and basically pin him down, get my friend that was over to help me hold him still in a chair, and take the vet wrap, bandages, flush the damn thing out with betadine, which, by the way, stings like a motherfucker. But it's a great antiseptic. And didn't give him anything because he would take anything. Opioids, whatever he could get his hands on. And I bandaged that fucker in a pressure bandage. Almost tourniquet level. Because, again, my sympathy level is nil. On the other hand, it's also what needed to happen. Minus actually stitching him up then and there, which I could have done had he been comatose. Which he almost was, because I was debating the fire extinguisher to the back of his head. Fucking bouncing off the walls. So then I was like, okay, JJ, guess what? You wanted him here. Here's the hydrogen peroxide. You get to clean the house. Like walls, floors, doors, everything. So she actually did a decent job. You know, like we get him settled down. She puts him in the guest bedroom. At the time, my bearded dragons were in there. In a terrarium. About an hour later, I hear this epic crash. He, lying down, drunk off his ass, has stuck his foot through the side of the glass, shoe and all, so he wasn't hurt. And then I was treating one of my bearded dragons and ended up actually giving them to my best friend because he just, like, at that point I was like, I'm moving out.
To kind of go a little more further in depth in a question that was asked earlier, somebody asked which one of us farted first. It was me. To be 100% honest, I still haven't heard her fart. We've been together for a year.
I mean, to be fair, though, part of the problem is I have a problem passing gas, and it's not like a mental problem. It's with the fibro, I have irritable bowel syndrome problems, and actually becoming bloated and stuff is a huge problem, and I can't pass gas, which would be delightfully wonderful sometimes to just, you know, relieve the pressure, and it
Girls
just
don't
doesn't
fart.
happen.
That's a fucking lie.
So and I couldn't get him arrested because honestly she was the primary on the lease. She said it was okay for him to be there. It was okay for him to be there, and I could not prove that he was stealing the liquor. I knew he was. He told us he was. So on and so forth. But that was, honestly, that was Walgreens' job to catch him in the act. Like, I wasn't there with him. So I really couldn't do anything about it. So I moved out.
The one thing that can also start an argument between us is...
Baby, take off your jeans. I need to wash them.
Put your jeans in the hamper. No! Put them in the hamper.
They're
no!
dirty. I need to wash them.
I'll wear them tomorrow. It's like, no, I need to wash them. No!
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, whenever you get to wearing jeans for a couple of days, they finally start to fit right and fit normally. And then all of a sudden, because you think that they need to be clean...
When you have ashed on them so much that it does legit look like cum stains running down the thigh, they need to be fucking washed.
I just blame you.
Well, you can blame me all you want, but I'm also the one that's going to wash them. So therefore, I am taking care of the problem.
As someone who lives in Indiana, how bad did it hurt you to see Tom Brady win another championship?
Oh, I don't give a shit.
Especially when the... well, that wasn't
ask him.
more for me. It doesn't bother me. To be honest, I think we... I don't think we necessarily did a bad thing in passing on him. Because I actually think Rivers did pretty good for us this year. Tom Brady was never a person I hated. I was more against Bill Belichick because I do feel like Bill Belichick encourages cheating because most players are only going to do what their coaches allow. So if Bill Belichick says, hey, go deflate them balls, player's going to do it.
I mean, Lee, that's debatable. I'm not going to fucking sniff, you know.
You can sniff my crotch anytime.
Your crotch, sure, but I'm not going to sniff your jeans.
But no, it didn't bother me seeing him win a championship.
Honestly, there's not really anything... Okay, first of all, here's the theory. We're adults. I don't think there should be anything that you can...
Sniff my crotch.
State that should devolve into an argument versus, like, maybe a mature discussion that you agree to disagree, and then it's not something that you, like, bring out of the woodwork in order to start an argument. Bickering is one thing, sure.
She got to see me get mad at her for the first time, though. At least it's for an adorable reason.
I was like, why did he just snip at me? And it wasn't like legit, like he yelled at me or anything. It was like he was a clipped tone, and I was like, seriously, like.
It was actually 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago. It was the first time she's ever seen me get mad at her. I think it's the first time I ever actually got mad at you. And it wasn't anything that, like, she did to piss me off personally.
Huh.
She kept trying to hang. I didn't know there were more clothes to hang. And she was having extreme shoulder pain. And, like, I come over here. It was actually in this room.
He helped me hang all of his stuff, by the way. So that's why he said he didn't realize that I had a couple things of my own to hang.
I didn't
he
realize.
Thought we were done.
I thought we were done. So I come over here and I sit down to, I think it was either start working on a thumbnail for something we were going to do or something. And I happen to just glance over as I'm typing. And she's like in pain trying to hang something. So I stood up and I walked. I didn't even say anything. I walked over and flung the clothes back and took the hanger out of her hands and hung it. And it was because I was mad she was putting herself through pain to do something that I felt she should have just been like, hey, we're not done.
Right. Well.
I don't want to see her in pain. That's my problem.
Well, yeah, and afterwards you pointed out, you were like, I don't understand. Why would you do something that causes you so much pain when I'm standing right here? It's like... No. Because, again, like...
Actually, instant argument with other horror fans.
Right.
Is more like it.
We agree with each other.
Laundry is a sore subject. Literally. Fun fact, I like 98% of remakes more than the original movies, including Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, I like the series of Nightmare on Elm Street more than the new remake as a whole, but I think the remake is better than the original movie in that series.
Now, are we kind of nitpicky about it? Yes. I mean, there's specific reasons. Like, is Robert Englund the better Freddy?
Yes.
Absolutely. Do we wish he was in the new one? Yes. I don't think that the actor that was in the new one was bad at all. He just wasn't Englund.
I like Jackie.
But the thing about...
His makeup sucked, but he did good.
Right. The thing about the new ones is that they add the backstory. Now, a lot of people have a problem with the backstory. I like that psychological aspect because, honestly, like I said when everyone was talking about our fears, like, people are, honestly, the worst monsters out there. I don't need a supernatural aspect. And, to be fair, pretty much all of these mainstream horror movies, they died. So there is a supernatural aspect to it.
Right. Already.
So I like the backstory that creates a depth to the character. Like, I just, you know, and honestly, with today's production values, they're not nearly as campy either. You know, I like it to be more realistic looking. Minus the makeup, you are correct there.
Top 3 worst movies of all time.
Titanic.
Titanic is in my top 3. Forrest Gump's up there.
Which is sad because I really like Kate Winslet as an actress. I really like Leonardo DiCaprio. That's a shit movie. That is like 2.5 hours worth of boredom for half an hour of could be better. The ratios don't work out for me.
Mine are all like Academy Award winning movies. I'm like, I don't like Titanic. I don't like Forrest Gump. Lighthouse can go to hell.
Lighthouse can suck my cock. It's a shitty movie. Again, do I think that the acting that was done in it was good? Yeah, sure. For a shit movie. Like, and I do understand, like, the historical basis for it. What if the original historic story is more interesting than The Lighthouse was.
And on top of it, Celine screeches.
Oh God, it was just that
you know,
song.
I actually liked that song the first 6,000 times I heard it.
I didn't. I may have liked it the first time. Until I actually saw it in the movie, which, by the way, was a date. I did not see him again. It was a first date with someone, and he thought that I would absolutely love it, and I counted. It was an old school movie theater, so it was fucking uncomfortable. And it had wooden slats on the ceiling, and I spent the entire time counting those.
Guilty pleasure movie.
Well, I still hadn't come up with a third. Like,
What movie do you normally think people would look at you and be like, you're weird for liking that movie?
I'm weird for liking?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's extremely talented, don't get me wrong. My sister and my mom over-listen to all of Celine, though. So, him, neither. Me, black to brunette.
I drink tea. If it's made. With a lot of sugar.
With a lot of sugar?
A lot of sugar. I like sweet tea.
And it depends on what kind of tea.
We are, Jay. Like my guilty...
Because some teas take milk and sugar, some take milk, some take sugar. Some are hot, some are cold. I mean...
Cold ice sweet tea.
There's not many that I won't drink, except I'm not a big fan of sweet tea. Like the cold I'm not a big fan of iced tea in general, I should say. Just like hot tea, sure.
My guilty pleasure movie is The Notebook. I really love that movie. And a lot of people would not expect that out of me.
Okay, as far as like what people wouldn't necessarily expect out of me, and is one that I used to watch, like, I mean, the only reason I say used to is I no longer own it. You do. Every time I got sick, and, you know, was the first Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. No. Yep. Good thing I don't live there, isn't it?
Sweet iced tea is
Bless your
a
heart.
requirement.
Yeah.
No, I love me some sweet iced tea. I will almost prefer it to Mountain Dew if it's made. It just
Really?
doesn't get made here very often.
Yeah, I just...
like, I would honestly probably stop drinking
mean,
Mountain Dew.
Will I drink it? Sure. It's just not... And I don't like regular iced tea, like the non-sweet stuff.
I would probably stop drinking Mountain Dew if Canadian Clear would come back with their water line. Canadian Clear had a flavored water that is fan-fucking-tastic. Like, they had a cherry flavored water that legit tasted like you were eating fucking cherries.
Huh.
And, oh, so good. The original Jay and Silent Bob. I'm not a big fan of Jay and Silent Bob.
I was gonna say, it's not my type of movie.
The only movie of theirs that they were in that I did absolutely love was Dogma.
Dogma was okay. Again, it's like,
I love
okay,
Dogma.
I'm one of those really weird people as far as movies go. I'm not a huge comedy, rom-com, like, all that embarrassing crap type stuff is the stuff I will hide under the covers for. Like, show me gore and scary and whatever, and, you know. That's the one that has Alyssa Morissette, right?
Alanis Morissette?
Yeah.
Yeah, she plays God.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite literally physically cringe, and I'm not.
Okay, so and again, I actually enjoy chick flicks to an extent.
All right.
I think the reason I liked The Notebook so much was because I found it extremely romantic that that this movie is portraying this guy that every day reads the story of him and his wife's life to his wife, who has dementia and doesn't even know who him or their kids are.
Right.
So he reads the story every day for that 5-minute moment where she does remember.
Yeah.
And then she forgets. And he goes through this every single day, and then at the end they die together. I was like, that is romantic as fuck.
I mean, I can see it. Again, I just don't like the way that, I don't know. It's also, it's that foreshadowing habit of mine. Like, I know they're going to do this embarrassing shit before it happens. Yeah, and it makes me very cringy, and I just don't enjoy it.
Oh, y'all can judge me. I'm cool with it.
What about Leprechaun movies?
Who said that?
I thought they were hilarious. Not great movies, but,
that?
you know. Mark. What about Leprechaun?
Why is it not
movies?
showing? Oh, what about Leprechaun? I love the Leprechaun movies.
I mean, are they great movies? No, not even remotely. They crack me up though.
I once knew a man from Matras. His balls were
Those
made of fine
were the
brass.
best part of them, honestly.
In one stormy weather, they clanged together and sparks flew out of his ass. Fucking love those
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah.
Why is he saying 47? Am confused.
That part I don't know.
I was not a big fan of Leprechaun Origins, though.
Oh,
It
the
wasn't-
one where it's not the leprechaun, it's a monster leprechaun. I mean, like, it's a
It wasn't
good movie,
terrible.
but it shouldn't be part of the Leprechaun franchise.
Oh, Leprechaun in the Hood was very bad, but it was so fucking funny. What horror
Like,
movie?
which one is not meant to be comedic, but is?
Oh man, that's a hard one.
Honestly, I thought The Exorcist. It's that bad to me.
A horror movie is the funniest without being funny.
Honestly, okay,
or
so
without
I
trying
would
to be
definitely
funny.
have to go with The Exorcist, and part of the reason is, first of all, it was that bad to me, and second of all, I know so many people who say that they were scarred by watching it. And that, to me, is hilarious, because the whole thing is... Plus, you know, come on, like, she is masturbating with a cross, and I constantly use the old priest and a new priest line in The Power of Three, and I just think it's funny.
Give me a minute to think on this, because there's one I specifically remember going to theater and watching and laughing when I shouldn't have been fucking laughing.
I got kicked out of the opening of Wishmaster, the first one, because I went with friends and I fucking could not stop laughing. Although I do feel like that one was meant to be slightly campy, but I was laughing so hard that we actually got asked to leave, which really pissed one of my, like, half the party stayed and half of us left, because half of them actually knew one of the people that was in the production team, which was why we went in the first place, was to support him, and they stayed, and yeah. I am that old.
Yeah, we actually just watched the Wishmaster movies not long ago.
Well, you convinced me to watch them, because since I got kicked out with, like, partway through the first one, I was like, they're terrible. He's like, no, actually, they do have some... I will agree with him at this point. Like,
There's some pretty good kills.
Plus, I was allowed to laugh here. Like, I didn't get kicked out.
The things I love about the Wishmaster series the most, though, are the creative ways they defeat the djinn at the end. Like the first movie with old girl wishing that the dude on the docks wasn't drunk the day that they were working, and I was like, that's actually really fucking smart.
Hell, take care. I know you were sick last week. Feel better, please. We love you.
Oh. Do you
That
wish
was
do you wish your
hilarious.
lawyer would go fuck himself? That was a Wishmaster too.
That was hilarious. And
Yeah.
so funny that they, like, contorted him to, like, show you the starting line. That was great.
His face too. He's like, oh.
Right. Well, but it was halfway between pain and then enjoyment and then pain, and it was like, oh my god, that's so funny.
I also found out it was funny that he was there to tell him he was gonna be able to be free, and then he ends up dying. It was so fucked up. It was great.
I mean, I knew that was coming though, and yes, Carmen,
I don't know. I find a lot of horror movies funny.
I do have a book, a large amount of stuff that will probably be edited, but you know.
What up, OG? I'm pretty sure I've
Hey,
already had
OG.
kidney stones, though. I'm pretty sure I've passed one some point in my lifetime. Favorite book turned into a movie that stayed true to the book? None.
Okay, not necessarily a favorite, but the best book to miniseries. There's two. Is 10th Kingdom. It is word for word the book, and it is a 7.5-hour miniseries. And the second one would be the second adaptation of King's The Shining, which is a miniseries, and not the movie by Kubrick.
For those of you that don't know who OG Classic Jones is,
COB?
He's one of the guys in COB. We actually just checked out a song of his not too long ago that he did with Ghost Flows.
Yeah.
So be sure to check that reaction out and go hit up the channel. Most of his videos, I believe, you can find on Geechee Entertainment.
Right. 2 E's.
2 E's. He's a fantastic artist. Got a lot of love for all the CLB guys.
Well, yeah, that's most horror movies are. That's why.
Honestly, the closest series I could think of in terms of book to fucking show for me is probably Goosebumps.
Okay.
I feel like the Goosebumps episodes did a really good job of capturing what was going on in the books, from what I can remember. It's been a long time. Movie-wise, It Chapter 1 was probably the closest that I've seen in a modern movie that's done it.
Right.
Without changing a whole lot. I mean, they did change some things, and some things got left out that had to be left out because,
Right.
you know, nobody wants to watch that shit. But It Chapter 1 was actually pretty decent.
Green Mile. Very true. I mean, I'm kind of on the fence. My favorite author is they're considering my favorite books of hers for a TV series on...
Probably Netflix.
No, because there's enough adult shit in it that it has to be...
Hobo?
I think it's HBO.
Hobo Max, yo.
Because we're talking like, well, I mean, Game of Thrones kind of maturity level. So I'm on the fence because, again, favorite author, favorite trilogy. I don't know if they would do the second trilogy that's part of it, but like, again, because I don't know how the adaptation would go and how much she would be involved and therefore like how it would turn out because, I mean... To be honest, look what happened to True Blood. That is not the Sookie Stackhouse series. So, I don't know.
What comic have I read that hasn't been made a movie that I would like to see made? She reads comics too. Hers, I already know what hers is. She'd love a Witchblade movie.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Comic that I've read.
I mean, I love the Xenoscope. Their whole... pretty much everything they do. But I don't think that it would translate into a movie or series as well as Witchblade, Darkness. I love Michael Turner's Soulfire. Again, I'm just not sure that would transfer all that well. And there's some Xenoscope comic books that, like, there's one that I loved. It was called Willow Creek that never got completed. That would be fantastic. Monstrous is amazing. I mean, there's a number, but again, how much are they going to fuck them up?
I want to see... I'm excited to see what Marvel does with the X-Men in the MCU. I would really love to see either a movie based around Mr. Sinister or Omega Weapon. That was his name. He had these like long dangly tubes that came out of his wrists that he could use as weapons. And
I don't know.
But Mr. Sinister, and then there was what was the ninja dude's name? He was like this big samurai fucking dude.
See, I think Darkness could be a movie.
Silver
I think
Samurai was his
Witchblade
name.
could be a movie. I think the others would have to be like the other ones I'm thinking of would have to be like at least a miniseries.
No, I know. I want an Alpha Flight movie in the MCU. They need to bring in Alpha Flight.
I am withholding judgment on the Sandman series. Again, it is... I love the comic books. We'll see what they do with it. I know Neil has written off on it, so that's good. We'll see.
All right, so this is going to be something you don't know very much about me, Jay. I don't watch movie trailers or video game trailers.
For anything we're excited about.
Or I don't
Yeah.
watch movie, video game. I guess that's the two main media that I really... Yeah, I don't
TV
watch
series.
TV series. I don't watch them because a lot of times I've been able to pick out how movies and shows or whatever is going to go based off of a trailer.
It's the foreshadowing thing, guys. We see a trailer and we're like, okay, we now know the whole concept for the movie, basically.
So, like, I'm one of the people, I like to be surprised. And again, I still think it was stupid for Marvel to show Spider-Man was in Civil War when it happened. I think they
Right.
should have kept him completely quiet, so when people went to the theaters and watched the movie,
Right.
people would have just been like, holy shit, and not expected it at all. But I feel like they ruined it, at least the
Yeah.
surprise, by letting people know he was going to be in it. But then again, I also know they were probably like, hey, if we say
They've
Spider-Man's
got
in it,
yeah.
a lot of people are going to come watch it. I get
Right.
it. I wish they wouldn't have done that.
So neither of us watched the...
So-
I know it came out with the Super Bowl yesterday. Didn't watch it.
Every now and again, a trailer will get shown to me. Like, I did watch the very first ever WandaVision trailer when they announced it. I can't remember who was watching it and had me watch it with him. I think it might have been Justin at work.
Right.
But no, I wasn't a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of having things spoiled.
Right. Yeah, as far as comic books go, I'm the one that moved here with
So I haven't seen it. That was the answer.
huge filing cabinet full of comic books.
Yeah, she's got tons of comics. I didn't have hardly any.
Yeah.
I'm more of a manga person. I like my Japanese
Yeah.
comics. I'm the same way with video games, though. For a video game, I'll watch the first trailer, which is usually just a reveal trailer that shows that they're making something, in order to see what games are coming out. Like, I watched the first trailer for Pokemon Snap, but I haven't watched anything since. I'm just
Right.
waiting for April 30th at this point.
We've thought about it, Xanon. We do not have one set up as is.
Yeah, so here's the thing that we're worried about.
Are you talking glass? That would be incredible.
We would need a P.O. box for that. Not that I'm necessarily worried about random people showing up at my fucking place. Because I'm not one of those people that are afraid of people.
Right.
But, like...
I don't want not random people.
Yeah, but we also
I
don't
don't want people showing up at my
Yeah,
place.
we don't want random people just showing up either. Because, like, she's very much needs time to prep for people to show up. Like, when Ghost Flows came and hang out with us
I need to know ahead of time.
a week and a half ago, we knew a few days in advance, and
Yeah.
we were able to set it up. But yeah, we need to get a P.O. box. It's just P.O. boxes are not cheap.
No.
And we don't want to get a P.O. box. Like it's one thing if we start getting to the point where a bunch of people are like, hey, we'd love to
Right.
send you things, and at that point be like, all right, cool. But to spend, I think it was like close to like $80 a year
Yeah.
on a P.O. box, just for like maybe a letter every now and again.
Right.
Send us an email.
Well, so Xanon does blown glass.
Right.
And that would be incredible.
I mean, something like that we could definitely set up behind the scenes, and you could just send them here if you really wanted to. I mean, that's up to you. That's not a big deal.
That's not a big deal. You follow us on, or me on Instagram at least, right? I'm pretty sure you do. If you do, then send me a message, and because obviously I'm not going to post our address here, but
She'll post it in Discord.
shush, and then immediately delete it, or on Discord. Either way, send me a private message. General delivery.
No, that's fine. No, that's not what we're saying. It's not a...
It's to have the P.O. box
Yeah.
so that our home address is not listed.
Yeah, P.O. boxes, in order to have, like, so our home address isn't listed, is what costs.
Jay said, favorite comic character from Marvel, DC, Independent, and manga.
Marvel for me is Spider-Man. DC is Batman. Who was the other ones?
Independent and manga.
Independent. I don't really have one. Spawn would probably be my closest one. I think there was Image.
Yeah.
Or Dark Horse or something like that. And manga-wise, Guts from Berserk. All those were easy, but the independent, because I haven't read very many independent comics.
I mean, Marvel and DC, I'm kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I like Batman. I like Scarlet Witch.
I hope she becomes a villain.
She better become.
I want to see her and Doctor Strange go at it.
I also like Doctor Strange, but again, I'm not like those aren't big.
If you like horror,
I'm really liking Guts from Berserk.
If you like horror, and you like Japanese art, I highly advise checking out Berserk. It is violent. There are sex scenes in it. There's blood in it. It's definitely not for kids. But the story itself is set in like a almost Dark Ages setting in a place called Midland. But like you kind of start off with like him fighting demons, and then they go into the backstory of how everything got to that point.
Right.
And you just go through this whole story of like Middle Ages, this one fighter who's just amazing at what he does. And then eventually it starts getting into the dark part where there are demons and fairies and shit towards the end of that arc. Right. And it's just so good. It's so good.
I like Grace from Michael Turner's Soulfire, Callie from Xenoscopes, Alice Verse. I really like Wolverine or Rogue. And the New Mutants.
I haven't seen or read on the New Mutants yet. I know the movie's out. I know I have the New Mutants expansion for my Marvel Legendary game that I play. I don't know who any of them are.
Right.
I'm like, I love this expansion because it adds more people, but I don't know who the fuck any of you are.
Right.
Now, one thing I would love to see... Mailing you a glitter bomb, please. For the love of God,
mean.
Don't. That's evil. I'd rather like an actual one.
Less parts to get out later.
But no, who was it? I would love to see the MCU reattempt and actually put some money into it, getting the Inhumans involved. Because here's the thing. I actually really liked the Inhuman series. Did you actually watch the Inhuman series?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember how much of it we went through. I thought they did a really good job with it, and being somebody that hasn't read a whole lot on the New Mutants, I didn't have in particular things to bitch and complain about.
Right.
That I know a lot of people had.
What is the one that we started watching that has a darker tone to it that is based off of the Sidekicks?
Oh, no, you're thinking of Titans. That's from DC.
No, I was going to tell Jay that that's like we haven't watched the New Mutants at all, but that the Titans I've liked because it is a darker based series.
Titans is pretty good.
Yeah.
It just sucks that Dick isn't going to get his Nightwing outfit until like almost towards the end of the second season.
Yeah.
Because his Nightwing outfit is nice. but Titan was pretty good. Titans. And then they have a spin-off called the Doom Patrol.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That we need to watch at some point. Yeah, I mean, are you working on any new rap songs? Funny that you asked. Today, I recorded a verse for my homie Is Apocalypse. Him and I are doing a remix to one of his songs.
So we'll see when that is done, finalized.
And it's a remix to his Cult Leaders rap song. Which is why earlier you heard her going cult leader.
Yeah. I mean, because it's a catchy song in the first place, but...
I'm not going to play the whole thing for you. I can play a snippet of what I got, though. Just a small snippet. Alright, let's pull it up here. I need better recording equipment, though. That would make my life so much easier. Just a small snippet.
Cult leader. Your bitch the one with all the racket, but she ain't Serena. I believe in higher power if it's called sativa. Long hills, red bottoms, and she ballet.
Well, hello there. Welcome to the Temple of Saturn. I know what the sign says. How the hell did that happen? I know what the tag says. I don't know why I'm rapping. You won't get out alive. I don't know why you're laughing. You see? There you go. There's your
Your teaser.
There's your teaser. It'll sound a lot better once he mixes it, but that's it unmixed.
Yep. I kind of want to start the Cult of Satin now.
Cult of Satin.
Yep. And have the sign.
I was going for a much more wavy sound, too. Make it sound like a dance song. There's a bunch of fun references in there, few of which I don't think anybody's ever going to fucking get.
Jay might. I think Jay is familiar.
Hello, I'm Satin.
But yeah, so I'm not sure when that's gonna be out. It should be.
It just depends on how long it takes for to mix it. And
but what I was saying, that there was no deadline. So yeah. So that should be fun. I wish that we lived closer, though. Because I wish there was a music video going with this. It would be funny as hell. But yeah.
Okay, so there's another song I'm planning, and actually me and Iz might hopefully try and get it worked out to be on the collab album we're wanting to do. If not, it'll be on something I release in the future. I want to do a song with Is Apocalypse, Chase as Schizo,
Sir Schizo,
and get EP music for the hook. And the song would be called Hip Hop and Horror.
Right.
Because one of the things that drives me crazy is, first off, horrorcore is always looked at as this over-aggressive, in-your-face...
Gore slash...
And like... I want to do something with horrorcore that sounds more wavy, like your typical stuff you hear today, but there's just, talks of stabbing people. That's not like gang stabbing, but like,
No, yeah.
Just silly shit like that.
Favorite villains?
Oh, that's...
TV, movies, that's a lot.
That's very easy.
For him.
My favorite villains in comics are... For Marvel, Carnage. For DC, the Joker. Yes, they are Spider-Man and Batman's enemies.
Nemesis, yeah.
That's not why I like them. In terms of movies, I gotta go with TV series because I don't have really any favorite movie villains. My favorite TV villain is Negan from The Walking Dead. And literature. Literature villain that I like. I don't read enough books to know. I'm going to replace literature with video games. And I'm going to say Kefka from the Final Fantasy series. Now, 3 of those 4 are very similar in that they're insane. So Carnage, Joker, and Kefka are all just insane. They want to kill for the sake of killing. They don't really have too much of a backstory.
Right.
It's my favorite kind of villain because you cannot plan for insanity.
Right.
You can plan, like if somebody's doing something to save their, because their family's in danger and that's why they're a villain. Rescue their family. They're no longer a problem. Mm-hmm. Just stuff like that. But the ones that are just truly insane, the heroes cannot plan for it. It's...
Like, I wouldn't say that I have specific favorites. I tend to like the villains/villainesses the best. Period. But I agree with, like, your basic premise. Like, Kevin Spacey's character in Seven, like, first of all, he did a fantastic acting job. And second of all, crazy with religious aspirations. Like, that's a fucking fantastic villain. Again, I'm not like Marvel DC necessarily.
Hella's probably up there for her.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, okay, she's a bad guy. Kinda. Like, I liked her. That's the problem. Like, he's asking, like, I'm like, are you talking about who I side with or like who I love to hate? Like, I just don't know. Because I don't actually hate her character at all. Like,
who, Hella?
yeah.
He's not asking if you hate him. Who's your favorite villain?
like, but I get in the storyline that she's a villainess. Like, do I classify her as one personally? No. I don't know.
Is she opposing Thor? She's a villain.
No, I think that makes her a heroine. Right there.
Okay, if you're comparing it to actual mythology, yes.
Yeah, Thor's an ass.
In the Marvel universe, Thor's a sweet guy.
Thor's an ass. He's an egocentric...
He's an alcoholic.
Yeah, lout. Like, he spends the whole first... 3/4 of the first movie needing to get mentally smacked down. Thank you, Starcrasher.
Thank you, Starcrasher.
Yeah, I tend to like the villainesses the best. Another fantastic actress / villainess is oh shit, I just had her name, and then she plays the bad guy in Mistress of Evil. She plays the bad guy in...
He's in the comics. He's still an ass. Yes, he is.
Yes, in
but he defends Earth, damn it. Mew Mew.
It's
Mew
Stardust. Fucking God. It was right there, and then it just fucking went away.
If she does not say Mew Mew once in this entire fucking WandaVision series, I'm going to be so disappointed.
I know. But she's not even a bad guy. I don't know.
Mew Mew. Never a bad time for butt stuff. Damn right, Jay.
She was in Grease 2. Anybody? Michelle Pfeiffer. Thank you. Thank you for that, guys.
Now you picked a great time to jump in. We're debating the heroism of Thor in the Marvel universe.
He can ride a cock.
He rides Mew Mew.
Literally. Yeah. Fucking uses it as a transportation device. Really? Looks like one of those shaken weights. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. And another reason I love the psychos as villains is it puts the heroes in a morally fucked up situation. It's, I could kill this villain and not have to worry about them killing anyone else.
Right.
But if I capture them, I will be standing my moral high ground, but they might get out and kill more people. Therefore, not killing them would inevitably kill other people.
Which is honestly why I just think they should kill him. I don't
too.
have an internal debate over that. Like, I liked Scarecrow. Or at least who is supposed to turn into Scarecrow in the first, what is it? Dark Knight? But again, it's not like a terrifying villain.
Scarecrow is fun when done correctly. Like in the Arkham series, especially that first game, he was such a good main villain for that game. Well, he wasn't the main
Yeah,
one,
I hate
but...
it. Superman can... I mean, there's just no reason. There's just why.
Boy!
But, yeah.
So, the reason why Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, because he is also a Boy Scout, let's face it. But the difference between him and Superman is Spider-Man deals with a lot of real-world shit that, especially when I was a teenager and I was getting into it, I could relate to.
He's also a kid.
Like, well, not now.
I know, but Superman is like the chronic Boy Scout.
Right. But like Spider-Man goes through relationship issues, balancing dealing with life and being a superhero, and he's just a more believable superhero as compared to so many other superheroes that literally that's all they do for their life.
Right.
And like you never realize where they're getting any money from.
Right.
Like we hero all the time. Well, how the fuck do you make a living?
Or, you know, you've got a silver spoon like Thor. Exactly, Jay.
Rainbow
I mean,
spoon.
he's a psychologist, but he also has gone down that immoral slope of like he's doing human testing, but it's not just on prisoners anymore, and like the whole concept.
Hawkeye is the boycott of Marvel. I mean, Boy Scout. I don't think he's actually boycotting Marvel.
And again, Ra's al Ghul, to me, like, okay, yeah, I get that he is the nemesis. If we just go off of, like, the Dark Knight and stuff like that, I just don't see him as a villain. Like, I get that he's the bad thing at the very end. I get the destruction he could cause. But again, it's just like...
I'm not dissing Thor.
I am. Fight me.
She's the villainess in this story.
I am the Hela in this relationship, too. So, I mean...
Also true.
Although, my problem is also... if you're going to use mythological characters, I don't think that you should change basic familial relationships as much and to the extent that they did. Now,
True.
I get it in the story setting, they are different characters. I get that, but they also had them from Asgard. They they kept enough the same that so Hel should be half skeletal, half beautiful woman. Like, she is the ruler of Hell, basically, which is just another realm. But I just don't, you know.
So my honest to God only problem with Thor is Marvel bent to the wills of annoying ass fans and turned Thor into this comedic,
Oh, yeah.
quippy fucking character, when Thor's appeal in the comics, and in my opinion the first couple of Thor movies, is he's so dry and not trying to be funny, and that's what makes him funny.
Right.
He is what Dax is portrayed as. People love that Drax. I said Dax, didn't I?
Yeah.
Drax. He's supposed to be what Drax is like. He's supposed to be very technical and everything, and when you say things, he misinterprets it.
He takes it literally.
And he takes it literally. And now all of a sudden they're like, no, let's make him a little bit funny because people thought he was boring.
Right.
He's not an exciting fucking character, and he's not supposed to be.
I mean, he's supposed to be overpowered because he's a god, and not of this earth, and therefore gonna take things literally. You know, I mean, I don't know. Again, I consistently get the familial structure all fucked up now because, you know, like.
That's also very true.
Oh, I will say one of my ultimate favorite comic books of all time is Lady Death.
Welcome to ADD, y'all.
He mentioned death.
Yes, the character Death.
Yeah,
Just
she
Death.
is a character Death.
Just Death.
Whatever.
Not Lady Death. Death in the Marvel Universe.
I
Thanos'
don't know. Yeah.
Thanos' girlfriend.
Whatever.
Or who he wants to be his girlfriend.
Right. But yeah. But yeah, I still think, I don't know.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know what I was going to say now. Help.
Hell and death are the same person, just from different mythos. Yeah.
I was like, who's Help? Yeah, that's
But I see, like, they had Hel as Thor and Loki's sister, older sister, in fact. Whereas in Norse mythology, Hel and Fenrir and Jorgrimr, I think, are all children of Loki.
Right.
Like, how the fuck did that happen? So again, like, I just...
Maybe Thor impregnated Loki, or not Thor, maybe Odin impregnated Loki.
I mean, we could go back to the Thor theory, too. I mean, like, I'm just not sure. I mean, he's supposed to have had kids with multiple, like...
They all are
an
supposed to have kids
ogress,
with
and,
multiple,
like, yeah, well,
people.
exactly. They're supposed to be, you know...
They're all a bunch of god whores.
Pretty
and
much.
Rapists.
And rapists. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why they can't be portrayed in Marvel Comics the way that they're actually portrayed in mythology.
But I said, like, they should have at least kept familial structure. They don't have to be portrayed as... I mean, they do a fair enough job portraying them as douchebags. Honestly, Loki is one of the best, closest to representation.
Well, honestly, I don't think it's the Loki character's representation as it is just how good Tom Hiddleston is in that fucking role. He is so good
Right. Oh,
being Loki.
he really is. Yeah.
Like, and it's honestly, I feel bad for him because then he gets in amazing movies like Crimson Peak and nobody fucking talks about it.
Crimson Peak was spectacular.
And Crimson Peak was a fantastic fucking movie and nobody talked about it when it came out.
Right.
And Tom Hiddleston did an amazing job in it, but because he wasn't donning the green and gold, nobody cared.
Right.
They're like, he's Loki. That's all he'll ever be.
Right.
He's the hit guy. That's fun. Yeah, and then incorporating different religions and mythos is also a thing. My biggest problem Marvel does, they've been doing it a lot, is just up and changing Mephistophelius. Randomly changing the race and or sex of a comic book character just to fit some sort of PC narrative or quota or whatever
Right.
it is that they're trying to do.
I don't mind them creating new ones, but changing
Right,
pre-existing ones.
I have no problem if you want to go that route, create a new one. Like I said, they did with Ironheart,
Right.
who is going to be the next Iron Man. She is a young black woman. I'm cool with that.
But they created an origin story, which is fine.
Right. But when you do things like with the Eternals,
Right.
the Eternals is one of the movies that's going to be coming out here soon. And they took 3 of the characters and turned them from males just straight up into females.
Right.
And I'm like, no.
Right.
Or like when the Daredevil movie turns Kingpin from a big fat bald white guy to a black guy. Like,
Right.
no. Like,
Right.
stop changing shit to that extent.
So Starcrusher, yes and no. First of all, Disney fucked everything up to begin with. Like, from the get-go. And then, yes, what they are doing now to turn them into live action. I agree. But, to be fair, they never started off correct either.
Right.
And we're not just talking ethnicity, we're talking, outfits for the time periods, the actual story, like, all of those stories are fucked up. And then, I get that you want to turn them into kids' tales because, traditionally speaking, they still were children's tales, even though they were screwed up. But, they didn't even stick with, like, proper location, time period. I don't know. Because you would never see Jasmine in the outfit she was in the time period that was written for.
Right.
You probably wouldn't see, unless she was a harem girl, you wouldn't see her in that outfit, period. And she wasn't, so,
Well, and then there are only 2 instances of complete changes that I've personally been cool with in the MCU. One being Nick Fury, because they were in the process of killing the white Nick Fury off in the comics, and the Nick Fury from the Ultimate Universe was being transitioned over into the normal universe, and he was black. And then again, it's also Samuel L. Jackson. I will never complain to Samuel L. Jackson playing anybody. He could be Peter Parker and flip motherfucker. Like, I'm cool with that.
Right.
Samuel L. Jackson's probably my second favorite. Traded in accuracy for marketability. But, and the other one I'm 100% cool with is changing Marvel from a dude to a female in the Captain Marvel movies.
Right.
Now, there's a reason I'm cool with it, and that's because they went with a completely different idea. It's not even so much that Marvel was a female, but Marvel takes the image of whoever is important in that person's life and projects that as their leader.
Okay. So, yeah.
So for her, it would be her captain.
Right.
Who was a female. I'm cool with that.
Right.
Was not a big fan of them changing Doctor Strange's person into a female, whoever she was. I can't remember what her name is now.
Right.
That was supposed to be a dude. I don't know. There's like I said, there's a bunch of stuff that they do change.
Right.
That it just irritates the fuck out of me.
I'm getting hungry, by the way.
So here's my question for you. What do you guys feel about Falcon being Captain America instead of Bucky? The main comic fans.
Right.
It was an appropriate question. Because technically Bucky should have been the first one out of the 2 of them to be Captain America. But they went ahead and... Yeah, the lady from Doctor Strange, the ancient one, was supposed to be a dude. And then they changed it to a chick.
Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about.
Well, like I said, I'm 100% cool with them creating brand new characters. Miles Morales, I actually really like him as Ultimate Spider-Man, and I like what they've done with him in the comics. Amazing character.
Again, I think if there's a different origin story or like it's I don't agree with just doing it
to be all inclusive.
Yeah.
No, not... You're talking about Captain Marvel. I'm talking about Marvel. Marvel is the person that gave Captain Marvel her powers. You like Falcon as Cap? I think Falcon's going to be a good Cap. Especially if they do with him what they did in the comics. I didn't mind it. I just know there were a lot of people that got super pissed off that they didn't give it to Bucky first.
I can see that.
And I can see that too. So my whole thought process behind it, I got into a couple debates with some people about Captain America being transitioned to the Falcon. And there were some people like, nah, it's supposed to be Bucky, it's supposed to be Bucky. But I always thought of it as like, Captain America is supposed to be pure in heart.
Yeah.
And
that's why I said I
Bucky has a history, even if it's one that he didn't want to do, he has a history of just murdering people because of
the brainwashing. But as a person...
Whereas Falcon does not have that as a lingering issue. So I definitely feel like Captain Falcon was the better choice for them to go with on that. What are your guys' thoughts on how WandaVision's going? I won't go into too much into spoiler territory because I don't know if you guys have all watched it. But unless everybody here has watched it, then we can talk about it. I'm always down for some WandaVision talk. Technically, old girl's supposed to be a Captain Marvel. The chick that becomes Photon in the WandaVision series that's happening. Hey, thanks, Sadir. Appreciate you. She stepped away to go use the bathroom. Do we have a Doctor Strange 2 on the horizon? Yeah, Doctor Strange 2 is called Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. That is going to be coming middle of this year, because the first movie they're going to be releasing is Black Widow, which was already supposed to be out before all this happened. And then Doctor Strange is the next movie, and then Spider-Man comes in December. So those are the 3 Marvel movies we're getting this year. The Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is going to be playing heavily off of what's going on in WandaVision right now. And then, as a matter of fact, I think they even have a release date for Doctor Strange. Multiverse of Madness is coming out this year.
Thank you, Sadir.
Okay, so Multiverse of Madness is slated for March 25th. They actually pushed it back. Now it's next year. That's not smart. 2022.
That sucks.
I wonder what the third Marvel movie this year is supposed to be then. Because Spider-Man's December. Black Widow is, I think, supposed to be next month. Maybe it's the Eternals. Yep. That's the one I was missing. The Eternals. And apparently Shang-Chi is also supposed to come out this year. So he's right. Doctor Strange is 2022. I'm a little mad they're...
Which is one that I want to see really bad.
Yeah, I'm mad they're doing that. It's March of next year.
That.
So... They honestly should do that soon.
That's what I'm waiting for. Come on now.
So they're actually releasing...
Plus, I like his sense of humor.
Right. They're actually releasing 4 movies this year. So the movies that are coming out this year are Black Widow, Eternals, Shang-Chi, and The Legend of the Ten Rings, which I'm excited for that one after rewatching Iron Man. Because that's the Ten Rings.
Okay.
The terrorist group in that. And then Spider-Man, and then Venom 2 technically is also coming out, but that's neither here nor there.
Alright.
In terms of the Disney Plus series, to answer what Jay was talking about earlier, What If is going to be a Disney Plus series, and it is actually not going to be doing the normal What If you guys are all used to from the comics. The What If series is going to be based on what if things were different within the MCU.
Oh.
So they're going to be taking stories and being like, well, what if this was different? How would this movie have played out? And it's going to be animated.
Okay.
A lot of them are coming back to voice their original characters to do it.
Alright.
So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Live action Xanon? I think they felt like the first one flopped so much. I don't know. I personally liked...
No, I think he's talking about Avatar 2, as in the movie just Avatar. With the blue people.
The blue people?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have no clue what happened to that.
No, me neither.
And then, so they're doing the What If. Falcon and the Winter Soldier starts like 2 weeks after WandaVision's over.
Okay.
So we're getting that. And then, there's another Disney Plus series that's coming.
I don't keep track of this stuff, guys.
Remember what it is. Loki.
Oh. Okay.
So when Loki left with the Tesseract in Endgame, we get to follow his path of what that Loki did after leaving. One of which, from what somebody was explaining to me from the trailer, is he's going to be living the life of D.B. Cooper, which is going to explain why D.B. Cooper just disappeared.
Okay. All right.
A bunch of weird shit.
Just out of the sky, as he was.
Well, when they show a picture of it in the video, there's a part where Loki jumps out of a plane.
Right.
And he screams something. I don't remember what it is, but all of a sudden you see the rainbow fucking thing come and take him. And then you just see like a backpack with money falling.
Damn, he didn't even get to keep his winnings.
Right.
Right? Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, and Hawkeye. Hawkeye is also supposed to be coming out this year. Now, Hawkeye, that's what I was wanting to talk to Jay about. Hawkeye is actually going to be about Jeremy Renner's Hawkeye training the new Hawkeye that's supposed to be taking over as Hawkeye in the MCU.
Okay.
Kate Bishop is her name.
Okay. All right.
So. I have no clue how they're going to play out that whole story and make it interesting. But then again, they've done a good job with WandaVision so far.
So far, so good. Yeah.
I still want a Squirrel Girl movie. Squirrel Girl is fantastic.
I definitely want the Jimmy Choo, Darcy,
the Jimmy Woo?
Yeah.
Hopefully they get that greenlit. Woo and Oh Girl having their own series.
Mew Mew. X-Files styles, yeah.
X-Files style series. That'd be fun as hell.
That would be great.
But alright, I think we're going to end the stream here so we can go eat. We actually went on about an hour longer than honestly about 3 hours longer than we planned to. We were just going to go for 2, and now we're here at 5 hour mark. So.
We love you guys, though. I mean, we wouldn't have stayed if we didn't.
Had a lot of fun.
We had a lot of fun. I just got really hungry and tired in the last 20 minutes, so it is time for me to go.
Yes. Thank all of you guys for swinging through. We love you guys.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for the donos. Thanks for the love. And there should be a Squirrel Girl series.
There is one coming? Okay.
Well, no, I know they're talking about breaking one.
All right.
But, yeah.
All right, guys.
All right, we love y'all. Thank y'all for watching. And we'll see y'all next week. Peace.
Bye, guys.